How many is that? Yeah, 1,435 products. So that seems like a pretty good amount to me. Welcome to everybody who is joining. We'll start with, I think, a pretty decent eye appeal coin, Sudden Death, and we'll just kind of get right into it today. Astro K, good to see you. Cosmic Coins, what's going on? Jinx Canada, L. Hawkins, Mary Lurie. These are, again, Nepalese, a little over 100 years old. You can see the date right down there. It's kind of an exercise in reading a different script. Dollar start, dollar win. That is a pretty tough price to beat, if you ask me. Congratulations, and we'll do one more dollar start coin that maybe will backfire, but also fun to just get a show on the road, as they say. This is going to be a Mongol Empire Golden Hoard Silver Dang. This is kind of like medieval Russia, basically, as the Mongol Empire splits apart. I think it's the Timurids, the Golden Horde. Let's think. One of the dynasties in China, and I'm forgetting the last one. But that one will go to Jinx Canada. Normally you start these at 12, so I think 13 I am pleased with. I'll be able to make on that, honestly, like $5, $4, something like that. I think I paid $7.60 for these. A small group of them. So then, making that kind of level. This one has, it's really interesting, I think, too, to see kind of the Islamic influence in modern day Russia. And so you had a $10 off coupon. Glad to hear it for you. Maybe not so good for me, but also I'm glad you got the $10 off, because that's also the other thing that I kind of tell people. Nice win, Dylan. Is that I'm not the biggest in terms of like dropping my prices a ton. I'm normally fairly confident in where I start things. But if you buy, it's not a huge amount off. It's probably ends up being like 2 or 3% off over a larger amount of time. That one actually has pretty good eye appeal. Let's see. Let me tell you how many more of these I brought today. I think there's only after this 2 more, but they're pretty nice looking. It's just fun to have everybody. Jordan Evans, great profile photo. JSTN Whitney, nice win. Let's see. We'll do the last 2 at 15-second starts. We're not going to raise the price, but let me know. Give me some ideas. We have a fantastic metal collection. I can start selling a little bit of it, but I often want to warm up a little bit better. This one has very good detail. We have a bunch of interesting Islamic types. We have some Mahmud Durhams of the Ghaznavids. BCA sounds good. Let me pull those. I said I would sell one more of these, and maybe people are tired out, but it's the last one I've got for today. I don't think I have tons more in inventory. BCA, those are basically coins that have been laying around for a while. And let me just pull them. 57. That one, Jinsho, yes, I have this incredible Chinese coin collection. We can start running some of them. I think you're going to be thrilled. Let me show you. Let me just pull a handful, but I was like, I've been trying to learn a lot more. We have a ton of, some of them are Vietnamese. Some of them are going to be different Northern Song dynasties. They're all from an old Belgian collection. I didn't inventory as many of the Ban Liang as I would like, but I will have many more. I might do a weeknight show. Let me see what else I have. There's one of the, I would say Shin Dynasty, but that might be mispronouncing. There's one of the Ban Liang, and then there's, I guess there's a good amount of it is Vietnamese. We also have some of the beautiful porcelain money. So let me run this first, which was requested here. BCA. This is a very nice coin. We'll do a dollar start on it, but this one could bid, I think, kind of wildly higher. Then we'll get into some of the fantastic porcelain. We have, it's basically Chinese-produced money that was made for use, often with Chinese characters, from 1760 to 1865 in Thai gambling houses. Back then, it would have been called Siam, and then they also circulated locally in Thailand as small change. We have a great mix of Sasanian coins, really interesting bean money. We got a few more boo. So I think basically you would be in for a treat if you're looking for interesting China and China related, because there's also a fair amount. I think the Wen Dynasty, the Asia related types, I think will feature prominently here today. So I started these last show at 13, and all of them sold, and I think maybe one of them stayed at 13. But this is an example of the Thai porcelain gaming money. Base silver will be the first bidder here. And I have a nice mix of some rarer types as well. So I'm excited about those, and we'll see how the competition ends up looking on. That one is actually going to stay at 13. Congratulations. But a fantastic collection. This is, again, Siam, Thailand, and China. $13. This one is a very curious elephant-shaped figure. They often would have a character on the reverse. And then any Rome, yeah, we got lots of Roman coins. WY, let me pull those WY 25, 06, and 07 for us. Astro K in the lead on that one, and they're going to start on the quieter end this morning, but that is A-okay. We'll do one more. Maybe we can do another fill-up. We can also... oh, this is a large flan one. Did I not upload this? Maybe I didn't. I don't think that I uploaded this one. Well, I'll have to pull one of the other ones then. Sad. Okay, that one is pretty appealing. Any earlier medals? Yeah, we can run some dollar start. We have this great collection of Belgian medals that I want to get into. It's a bunch of different European types. So let's see how we should play this. I'll do the two. It's Henry VII penny. It's a 74 start. Is there interest in some of the Chinese and Vietnamese coins that are not the porcelain money? This one is, maybe we can do 72 start. It has some flan issues, but you can see fantastic detail in King Henry VII's face. And then we'll pull the Belgian collection as well. There's also some nice, again, you can see very clearly. Shekels, I wish I had the shekels. I don't have much in terms of shekels at the moment. I think that but we do have some Israeli medals. So we have some Judean widow's mites as well. Let's pull from this bag some of the medals here, and then tell me again if there's more interest in some of the Chinese types. I mean, that's kind of cool. Beautiful. I mean, I think this is kind of a valuable, I don't think that these are like, and tell me if I'm wrong, Baffy, but I don't think that these are nothing medals. Dollar start's the best way to deal with these. The Augustus bronze, absolutely. I think that one is a pretty pricey one. It was in my video recently. Not super pricey, but I think I paid high 30s, so I'm going to try to sell it in like the low 50s. And this is going to be of André Vessal, who was born 1514 and died in 1564. And then it says, let's see, Visage que Bruxelles honnête fut le père de l'anatomie, the father, maybe the father of anatomy. I don't know if that's after having studied and having obtained the best success in Montpellier in Paris, he charged the professor of anatomy. My French isn't as good as it once was, but I also was kind of doing that on the spot. So Baffy's going to win that first one. Some of these are like pretty, maybe we'll go 10 seconds just because I think that they'll all bid up a fair amount. And I'll kind of mix between these and some of the other ones. This is going to be the Demosthène François. Has kind of what looks like a die crack to me, or maybe that's a scratch. Can't tell if it's a scratch or... And it talks about the year 1741, but I don't know when it exactly would have been struck. But very beautiful. 18's back at cost. We'll see if that's where it lands. Nice win. And maybe we can do one more. This is struck with a poinçon like that. I think it would have been... This is a more modern strike, but I don't think it's like a 1970 restrike. This is going to be Ambrose Paré, And this is going to talk about his death in, I think, 15. Well, MDXC. I don't know exactly, maybe 1590. 1819 dated there. Astro K leading. Baffy going to come back. And I also want to make sure that there are some giveaways because I realize that may be missing from today's show. Nice win for Baffy. 150 plus year coin world. We'll do some of the Chinese coins as well. I know that had been requested by Jinsho. We also have a ton. I don't know if you've seen some of what we have down in Texas with Gabe and Isaiah. But we do have some nicer Chinese proto money. We sold some bamboo tally sticks, which are very fascinating, I would say. WX061029, and again, thanks for all the patience. 61029, 029, 029, 029. Oh, a Monaco type. That sounds good to me. Let's start this one. We'll do this as a dollar start. It should have a decent chunk of silver in there. It's going to be 83.5%. We'll do dollar start, no sudden death. 1965 francs in Monaco. Again, 83.5% silver. HTC coins going to start in there. And I tried to call down. We didn't get in touch. Melt on this is going to be $27.46. So it should be well back of melt at the moment. Prince Rainier. Oh, and then we have the Augustus coin and the Mahmud coin. So let me find that Augustus one. Congratulations to HTC on that win. Here's this bronze ass of Augustus. As I mentioned, I paid high 30s for it, so I want to make like $10, 54. I could see it bidding higher than that though, because it's got pretty good eye appeal, I would say. This is Augustus ruled 27 BC to 14 AD, but this would have been struck after his death. And you see pater, which is like father, basically father of the country. You'd later then see like pater patriae abbreviated to a PP on the coins. BCA, let's see, 0056. What is that coin? This one is going to be a French 5 francs from around the same time. And so let's run this with a dollar start as well. Very pretty coin. We have some of the Judean widow's mites that have a little bit of bronze disease or are not able to be identified. Melt in this guy is going to be a little higher, $27.46. So again, also fairly back of melt at the moment. $27.46 of melt. Germbra sounds good. Let's pull it quick here. Oh, that one's a pretty coin. That one's a tougher one. Wow, that one will go. Congrats on the pickup. 0843. This one is going to be a Mahmud of the Ghaznavid Empire. We'll go sudden death. $14 start. This was right around the turn of the millennium, 1,000 years ago, and it has fairly clear inscriptions as well. Yeah, Jinx, I'm going to basically just come up with a price, especially with the rapid changing silver price environment. It's all uploaded as buck start. Astro K, I think that's a nice win. Probably should bid solidly. This one is going to be probably like a 149 start, or maybe a little higher than that. Why don't we try it for 149? No sudden death. Clear Dram, you have the rose on the reverse. 4th century BC. Almost looks like a little bit of like almost a radiate bust as well, coming out of the obverse. And I've never seen this coin in a slab outside of this type. So I think a little rarer. Let's try this 1918S for a buck start. And any more slabs? Yeah, we got lots of slabs. Lots of Roman and Judean slabs. This is going to be U.S. Philippines, 1918, World War I era with the S mint mark. A little bit of, I don't know, some kind of flaky thing on the front. 75% silver. Let's find Roman slabs, though. And people were asking about Republic Denarius, Alan Memore. Let me just pull it for you. Us. Oh yeah. Let me find where that is. As a caution, with this many coins, it can be a little tricky for me to pull things super quick. I think that was solidly back in melt, so nice win. Here's going to be a Republican. It's got a hole in it, but I think it's got a very nice eye appeal. It has this great galley on the back, and then the obverse is super clear, super nice strike. But it's just like it'd be good around a necklace. The eye appeal is, again, really solid on this. But any shipwrecks? Yeah, we've got not tons, but we still have. I sold one last show, high 300s. We have a Mughal Empire. Mughal Empire shipwreck out of India, and it was actually shipwrecked in modern day Sri Lanka. And that one will go to Astro. We have this is a pretty interesting type. I wholesaled a bunch of these at $50, so I've been holding on to just a couple of them. These are Indo-Bactrian silver coins of the 2nd to 1st century BC. They're more likely 1st century because these are struck posthumously. More and more. Yeah, seriously. WY24040. Let's try to pull that one. Oh yeah, this is a cool bear taller. I'm not exactly sure if somebody has a suggestion on where to start it. That's not a dollar start. I know you guys are tricky. Keep me updated. This is a beautiful Judean widow's mite. In really nice style, I would say. I'll do it for the usual $32 start. Sudden death. Then we'll see where it bids up. Fantastic obverse, like really next level. Oh, nice! Won the giveaway. Congratulations. Dusty coin leading. I wish I had a couple more of these. Dusty coin, going to win that one. We then have one that's a little worse shape, as you can see. But that also isn't. All the ones I'm offering here are pretty solid. You can see the anchor really clearly on this one, as well as the star on the reverse. It's got the biblical widow's mite, reference to the Bible verse in which it was would have been referenced. WY, and let me look in the meantime as to where this gallon taller should be. Maybe we can do another couple of the nicer metals as well. This is going to be a Petrus coin, but I'm searching on the Gallus, not Gallus taller, the gallon taller. There's also a bunch of Roman stuff, and I'm probably missing some of the requests, so keep me updated. This would be, he died, it looks like, in MDCL 16. This is down there is dated to 1823. So that's a pretty old metal, 1823 dated metal. And there's a bunch of metals that aren't this style. Okay, it looks like there's some of these available, the gallon tallers in like the 375. I was thinking mine like 329 or so as a heads up. And WY1524, is that the Sea Salvage? Feversham. I have it for $1,000. Is that a range that you're interested in bidding on? It's a rarer shipwreck. The coin itself is not super nice. I'll probably go ahead and delete it. I was planning on returning it to the guy who had lent it to me. Yeah, this one has a little bit of scratches, but again, 329 is going to be our start for this one. Let me just make sure that I'm not selling that one for much more. Oh no, actually, I can do this one for $299. Again, it has a scratch in there, but I think it's got a pretty good look to it. Ruger is going to be the first bidder. And it's fantastic Swiss crown size. Just, I think, very high eye appeal. Be Your Stag, Dusty. Let me see if there's anything. Ephesus. Yeah, that one. That was the one. Yeah, that was the gallon. Not the gallon. Excuse me. The Feversham. Maybe I could do 9. I kind of want to do 9, like 79. I guess this is, I think, a very nice eye appeal one with eBay comps in the high 400s. This is the last of these. I have one that's an ICG, but the last of these, the NGC slab, has very particularly nice eye appeal. Wrecked, I think, in 1702. But let me see. I have one of the B-Stag tetradrams, but that is I did not prepare for today. We can also run these just in terms of making sure that they're going quick. We can try these for, it's like basically at cost. We can do a couple. Is there also interest in the Chinese? Let's see what happens. Francois, like now, this one's dated to 1818. Gallery, the metallic gallery of the great men of France. Francois. Certainly interesting. Maybe we do. And there's a bunch of other metals that aren't themed to this like medallic illustrated series if people would like to see other ones, but they historically have sold this one's dated, looks like, to 1821. Michael de Montaigne. It's super interesting how, we do have some Roman, if people just want decent eye appeal Roman slabs. We have some Tetricus bronzes. That one is going to go to BKK, though I think not playing away. We'll put these away for a little bit. We have some other tokens, metals. I know I mentioned there's some of Israel. There's also, let me pull the next group, but I know that there have been requests. We'll start these at our usual $29. Very good eye appeal, Tetricus. Yeah, Roman denarius sounds good, Alan. Let me see where that one is. 26. And that's okay. 21, 761. We've got a good-looking denarius over here. Any half cents? Nope. I wish I did, but we don't have those available. Very solid Antoninus Pius denarius with the it's PACI consul for the 4th time. Very good eye peel. Silver of the 2nd century. Pietas. Oh, that makes sense. Thanks, Alan. We have some of these nice Aspa Varmatets. Did I not upload these? I thought that I could have sworn I did. Okay, there. I think I might have mistaken the SKU. It said 32 instead of 42. These are going to be $69. I brought 2 of these today. Those are the last 2 in my inventory. Super good eye peel, I would say. Metals with portraits and imagery on both sides. I think I have some, yeah. Dusty Coin going to be the first bidder. They're in this. I don't really know these metals too well that I'm offering. Nice win for Astro K. As I said, I have 2 of these, so I'm going to offer the next one while I prep a bunch of the other metals. I just need to get everything together. Here's the last of these Aspa Varmas. I'm going to try to buy some more, but I don't have any in my inventory at the moment. See if I can reach out to some of my dealer friends. Again, Indo-Scythian Greek. Beautiful detail in the reverse there. And that one will go to Astro. Here is I'm not sure exactly when these would be dated to, but this will be a most of these are from the UK. Why don't we just do sudden death bids? This is going to be show the edge here. Kind of an interesting scene. Looks like a dog on the one side. Very minimal time left here, and Baffy will win that with a big jump at the end. Some of these are going to be smaller, just as a heads up. Like that one looks really nice. They're all from the same group. This is dated to 8. I mean, I don't know if this is enough of an image on the other side, and maybe I can do like 5-second extensions, 15 seconds. But it's dated to 1821, and it's from Paris. I think the obverse is beautiful, though. I mean, isn't that awesome? You have all these like lines or things fighting, and then a bunch of very nice detail. It may not be exactly up your alley, but I'll just basically work through what I have. It looks like some of them. It's tougher to find. Oh, I do see one that will be like 5 away that has a lot of great types. And Chris Osher sounds good. Is that one of those tetradrams? I think it is. We will pull that not crazy long from now. Some of these, this is interesting. Okay, this one's dated to 1954. Deutsche Stehermeisterschaft, Bund Deutscher Radfahrer. I think it's some kind of medal for the transportation system. And then we have another medal. That one is going to go for $1. Can't guarantee prices on everything, that's for sure. This one is going to be $1 start. This one looks Swiss in nature. It says 2 out of 2 cantons à la défense de Suisse, 1847. Oh, the dissolution of Sonderbund. That's a really interesting like white metal. I think it should have a good way to run in terms of relative to what the current price is. It's a smaller planchette, but AD 2524. I'm wondering if that already sold because I don't see it there. Dang, all right, $9, nice win. Here's another one. This one's dated to 1859. Beautiful Swiss. I think those are Swiss cantons. Yeah, I mean, very solid size on this one. What was that Roman denarius that I couldn't find? Oh, Titus Carisius. Let me go. At least on a little search, though. I'm not finding it. HGC gonna win that very solid medal. We've got this one after it, which is gonna be a beautiful, like agricultural, horticultural scene. 2619. You're not gonna extend the Fondé en. It says 1858. Really solid. Well, that one will go for 30. Nice win. This one looks quite good. And then I also have to try one for some of the Chinese. If there is interest in Chinese, Asian, and Far Eastern types, I can maybe offer a couple of them. This one talks about 1861. There's Mother, the Virgin Mary, and Jesus on both sides. Baffy gonna pick that one up, I think, at a really great win. We've got this interesting. Then we'll do this one, sudden death. This is going to be a 1470 to 1495 and WY. Oh yeah, what is WY 1524? I swear I pulled it and then I couldn't find it. Oh, it's that Feversham coin, I think. That one will go to Brandon Farr. Let me pull the Feversham for 1,000. Just give me a second here, and if it doesn't sell, I'll remove it. I would say that it is requested very often. So here it goes. $9.99. Carlos the Second, a genuine real. And there's the item. Not something you see every day. That one will be removed. We'll try this other Chinese coin, and we'll get back to some metals. But there's just really a wide range of stuff that we have available. This one's pretty good eye appeal. It's going to be a Huitong Chinese cash coin of the Northern Song Dynasty, and fairly good eye appeal. $5. Wow, nice one. Let's see. We said, okay, let me look on all of these requests. 005686 is the Cappadocian Caesarea. Yep. Let me find that. 686, 686, 686. Where would this coin be? 8230. All right, here is the first one. It's probably like a 109 diagram. In the past, they've bid up. I think I bought like 4 of them and graded them. Very pleasant types. Yes, I think a lot of the big metals are Swiss that are remaining. The ones in the super large one. No, I think it's a German one. Why don't we try it? Vault and Valor Emporium. Good to see you, by the way. Vault, it's been a little while. Great to have you around. Let me see. I'll also pull. This is actually the Hasmonean Kings type. I think very high eye appeal, and then we'll do the other ones. The Vietnam Rasumi, of course, beautiful reverse lettering too to go along with it. Highly pleasant item. And then we'll have the Vietnam. I think we'll do the Cappadocia Caesarea, but this would have been the full Hasmonean Kings. Dang. Nice. I mean, not. But here's the last one, No Sudden Death. Good portrait of Trajan, who really expanded the empire. And this has a club on the reverse, which is pretty interesting imagery. So, again, Roman provincial, silver, very interesting type. A torch, okay. Good call out. Here's the, not seen every day, basically. This is going to be a Tran Thai Tong Win Fong Thessalian League Dram. I've not priced that one yet. I will look into it. Totally, no, it's a lot of overlap without a doubt. And that one will go to Shrall. I think there might be one other. No, this is a later. This is Tran Du Tong. Very good eye appeal on this one. And we did get a wide mix of rulers. Domitian sounds good. Keep me updated on it, please. This one will do the same type as the last. Oh no, I think we might have sold the other one. This is from about 40 years later. Ho Ki Lee, also great shape. And let me pull that AD 72 or 7502. Is this an AmFap coin? Because I know that there's some contested attribution between AmFap, but that's a good call. If you could write me a message about that, I'd appreciate it. This one is going to be the earlier Tran Tai Tong Win Fong. There's a super interesting Zeno article, and I think it's François Thierry was the attributor primarily. This one is going to be a Huizong cache, one of the later Northern Song Dynasty rulers. And then we have, let's see some of the other types. We have Lei Tian Hong. This one about 900 years old. Thank you so much, Stefan. Try to do my best, just offering great types, basically. That's great. Back at cost, well back at cost win on that one. Very good detail. These seem like a more imposing strike on the Le Hien Tong cache. Yeah, no, it's a Bayer metal, like Bayer. So why don't we run that? I also have some interesting metals. I don't know if people are familiar. It's like the Dead Man's Penny. Basically, they were made by England for the lost soldiers of World War One. They're much rarer if they're women because there were maybe 600 versus, say, a little over 1 million that died on the men's side, and the ones I have are the men, though their names have been scratched out. Chris Osher sounds good. Let's do 2 more of these Vietnamese, and then we have more to come back to, but I want to make sure that we don't forget about the metal. So these are both going to be Le Truong Duc, and then we'll do some of the owls. Brandon's going to win that. I just tried to basically bring 2 in of many of these. That one actually has very good eye appeal, I would assess. And then we'll do the big time metal. Dollar start. Nice win at 6. Let's see. Well, this would be, yeah, no sudden death. Let me show this guy. This is going to be a Ulrich Halberland, and then it says Bayer. Schaffet und Werket. I think that's like Bayer, like the company. This is a German metal, yeah, Stefan. No, I think I bought it from Switzerland. And in terms of relative size, let's find, like, there's a graded coin. So there's a denarius relative to the size. That one will go to Astro. Maybe for ease, we'll just throw this in here. Have a fair number. I know that there's been some requests around the owls. These are basically 239 starts. All pretty good eye appeal, I would say. Of course. Let's see, super clear owl portrait. Then there's the Athenian obverse. Oops. Very solid eye appeal, I would assess. And then, let's see, other metals. WY2622. This one is beautiful. Sounds good, Germbra. This one on the other side. Oh, it's dated to 1767. This one does not look as much like a restrike, but I could be wrong. Vous voyez l'ordi et l'effet de la Concorde. Fantastic detail. I think this one has likely a good ways to run. There are so many coins that come through my hands that I just don't have quite the time to fully offer And there's also some silver Jettons, if that is exciting for people. The earlier one sold in the, predictably in this 50s, I want to say. We'll start this just to save time. 39 bucks, sudden death. Very pretty coin. King Philip, well centered. Philippoi. Little bronze unit. You want the, all right, let's find some Jettons for sure. 7885. If you can combo it, the graded is always easiest cosmic, and it's, I'm not like admonishing or anything, just because I often don't memorize the full, like the graded sometimes is in a different format. Let's try this one. Doesn't look bad. Oh, actually, it's interesting. It's also got a left facing Iverse, which is kind of cool. There's going to be the prancing horse. Let me try to find that though. 013. Oh, that's the Herodian type. Perfect. Herod probably would start this for like at least the 39 cross fingers. I think it should head a bit higher than that, but could be a good starting place. King Herod the Great, very famous biblical figure. Do not get these in as frequently as many other Irish halfpenny. Sure, I think it's is quite literally a halfpenny, and you'll see in a moment. I paid in the mid 40s for it, so probably offer it for 39 bucks. That one at that level. Congratulations. I do have a bunch of Pruda, and we have to get some of the Jettons soon, so I'll sell this for a little bit less than I paid for it. We'll try this, nice Irish. You can see that triangular strike, very pleasing. Again, my cost in there is 42 bucks. But always, want to make sure I'm selling things through. So kind of a little bit of a give and take. Again, nice Edward the First, Edwardian. Brandon Farr going to come back for it. Oh, yeah, no, I'm pleased that you got it. Brianna Lee sounds good. BCA 0043. That one is a very nice coin. Here's the next one. We just have one of these right now. We have an Emperor Leitan Tong cash. Of course, this is going to be about 550 years old, a little bit more than that. Any weird stuff? I think I have a papal lead bulla. That's got to feel at least a little bit weird. More Herod the Great. We have one more Herod the Great. These are slightly less common, so I did try selling one and it actually didn't sell. I'm going to try to get some more of these in, but these are the full Hasmonean kings, as opposed to often you just see Alexander Jannaeus. These are Pruda. So they would have spanned 2nd to 1st century BC. I think John Hyrcanus, there was kind of an uprising against the Seleucid Empire. And so these, again, span a fairly long amount of time and are quite interesting. Brandon Farr going to win that one. The Domitian, yes, we will get to. We'll do the Domitian, and then we'll do the Jettons as well. After, I think there's a handful of these full range 153, and they're all pretty good eye appeal. Like you can see a super clear anchor, and then nice, anonymous lettering, but of which Hasmonean king this would have been struck for. Probably get a flurry of bids here. That one actually doesn't get a flurry of bids at the end. I've got, I think, 2 more of these types in terms of the full Hasmonean, and then we can do the last Herod, and then we'll pull the Domitian, which is going to be the AD 75. I'm hunting it as we speak. Oh, it's a really nice coin. We'll dollar start it. Great detail on this one, and that one does not go. All right, well, in that case, maybe we'll try the Herod. This one is nice. We'll probably want to start it. Well, we started the last one at 39. This one is nicer. No sudden death. That's going to be key for this one. 40 to 4 BC. There is the Caduceus on the end of it, and there is the clear anchor on the other side. And then we will try that Domitian coin. The Thrace Tetra Ball. It's really frustrating me that I'm not able to find it, and I'm so appreciative of you clearly detailing. Like, you know, I obviously want to bring it so that I can try to sell it to you. I'm getting very frustrated by the that's not popping up here. I have the Orichalcum Dipondius. This one I think is really pretty. Hopefully is a good bone. And then we have some of the Jettons. Bronze looking metal. A very solid looking Donatus Consulto Dimension Orichalcum Dipondius. More hair would be great. That's it. This one should, you know, I paid in the low 40s for it. We'll see if it lands with Chris. That will be a tough outcome, but a nice win for you, Chris. BCA. Is there a lag or is it streaming fairly clearly? This one is going to be either minor bronze. Wait, who is that? Is this a tougher ruler? Is it Macrinus? Is that one? It is lagging. That's what I was kind of afraid of. Sounds good, PMB. Let's pull this Domitian right here. It's got a really cool reverse as well. Oh yeah, and then Baffy. I feel bad. We have to run the Jetton, and we'll pull this right here. WX50 as well. This has a super cool reverse. I don't have any bars. There's Domitian issued as Caesar. Denarius, again, with like this militaristic helmet on an altar on the reverse. Really cool with the plume and everything. WY2623. This could be, I think, a better type, but I'm not sure. It just looks very, very old style. Oh yeah, thanks, Brianna. Yeah, we will run that one quite shortly. I think this one is going to be pretty popular. So I think offered also. I've been happy to report some really like crushing deals. Sounds good. Last Druid, I've pulled it up, though it may take a little while to get there. I'm going to do a couple Jettons, then we'll get to the request on the BCA 043. I think at 25, I think that was a good catch by Baffy there, which I always want to get you some top quality stuff for not too pricey, so I think that might fall under that category. Here's a 24. This is going to be a 1627 dated Chambre des Comptes du Roi. I'm going to do the usual, but we will keep the sudden death on just as we try to move through items. Beautiful scenes on both sides of this one. It says Eternitati. On the reverse, you have the two hearts. I don't know why it would be lagging. It doesn't make sense. I'm the only person using the internet for me. But let's see. We've got this one right here. 55 bucks. This is going to be a Election de Paris. Louis XV, who would have reigned 1714 to 1775, engraved by Duvivier with a little bit of faint tone. And then last Druid, yeah, we're going to run all those after the Jettons and after that one other coin. Though I have a nice little handful of Jettons here. This is going to be a octagonal Jetton. These typically are a little more popular even. This has Consociare Amat. And then what does that say down there? Vandai Coensorium Very interesting. Louis the 16th. Oh, perfect, Nemesis. Yeah, I don't think that, well, I actually haven't seen, did the Domitian not, maybe, sometimes it's also Whatnot that has the problem in terms of lag. Here's the Vendors Camp de Volaille. Vendeur Camp de Volaille. A bunch of birds flying around, an interesting, like, sheep and a rooster. And a nice portrait of Louis the 15th. Also going to Baffy. Let's see. 1755 dated. Civi Regibus. No, Regi Civibus Aris. Oh, that's quite solid IPL. Substitut au Conseil. Louis the 15th. Silver Jetton. Very nice portrait. Time for some of the... Let me see. The Orichalcum didn't go through. So we can rerun. I'll just take care of this. But then we do need to get to the Nepalese Mohars and ahead of that, the Prussian 3 marks. Prussian 3 marks, I think I paid 55 for, something like that. On Whatnot, actually. Oh no, it processed. I got crushed on the coin, but glad that it processed for Chris Osher. Wait, no, we said we have the Mohars after BCA 0044. It's got really nice tone. Breslau, it's a commemorative, way back of melt right now. Massively back of melt. $22. I mean, the silver price is $41. I paid in the 50s. We'll see. Nice tone as well. Still back of melt. And this one is going to be well above, still back of melt after the Whatnot fee. Dang, we're having a tough time here. Let's see. Yeah, we can do some of the lots of 10. Congratulations. Where's some of the lots of 10? There's 3 of these. We'll just dollar start them, I think. Well, actually, no, we have to do the Mohars, but then we'll do some of the lots. 1713. This is actually 1791 in our dates. Let me just figure out what I paid. These were like very nice eye appeal from a better collection. Nick Rhodes collection. Let's see. I paid on these $43.36. So I probably want to make at least $5 per item. Really solid. I have no idea why that is getting muted. Ours, right. Let me see where that coin is. It's really pretty. It's probably like a 139 start or so. Last Druid leading. Congrats. Let's see. Oh, this one is very good looking. I think on this one I am going to, if there's other ones that don't have like the luster, but on this one I think $59, $10 seems more appropriate to try to make a little less than 20%. Just beautiful. 1786. Very nice luster. And the next coin would be 54. And then, yeah, as I said, okay, Thessalian League. No, it's been requested a bunch. Yeah, let's try that for like 139. Very pretty. Think should have a bunch ahead of that, potentially. Great Athena portrait on the reverse. I viewed that start as like basically a dollar start and go. We have nice Greek silver today. And that will land at 179. Taurus right, congratulations. We have this Paphlagonia type 199, a chunkier dram of Sinope with a beautiful test cut. You have the eagle very clearly grabbing the dolphin on the reverse. Just fantastic. Yeah, we can run the Cologne Hemiable for sure. Beautiful example. I think I brought one other here of these. This one, I think, is a flat 200. $1 more than the last one. Test cut didn't protrude in the same way. Peace and love, good to see you. I got a great Julia Domina I've been meaning to offer you, but it's going to take a while to come in. And not that you would need to buy it, but I was really pleased with that win. Dusty Coin. Again, fantastic Greek, and we can do the last of the ones that I brought. Awesome. We also should be getting some Prude in. I'll try to reach out in the next month or so. Peace and love if that works, because it's a really cool type, and I know I was so sad. I sold Peace and Love some stuff off camera, and of course was stolen by the USPS, so it was real sad. Here's the last of the Paphlagonia Sinope that I brought today. It was a real bummer. I like this one too because you have clear lettering towards the side there. Nicest Victorianus, is that of... Yeah, exactly. All right, we'll leave that one for later. Let's see. Yeah, let's... I'm thankful. It's pretty rare that happens. We've lost a couple recently. And it's like, man, we got to keep our hands to ourselves on these. It's no fun to have your stuff snatched right out of the mail. So, nicest... You said nicest Domitian. What is this Domitian 018? I think I'll just... I'll just go through each one. I think that they're all fairly similar. eBay's a good bit higher than these. Let me just confirm though. Let's see. South Petherton, Hoard, NGCXF. Cheapest one of these available on eBay. You can buy one for $99 with $6 shipping. So let's try this at $79. I feel like that would be a lot cheaper and very fair. Victorinus, this would have been South Petherton Hoard, was recovered and fully cataloged out of England. Beautiful reverse as well. Pilot Pruda. Oh, yeah, exactly. Well, yeah, we have the Pilot Pruda. We're going to take a little while. These are interesting because you have the find context in which they were dug up, which is always, I think, people view that very positively. And so there's, if you have any other types you're interested in, let me know. We have two really nice mites, and then we do have a mix of the Pilot Pruda. We don't have. I do have a mix though at NGC right now that's going to be all really good looking Judean Pruda of the Procurators. Here's another one that looks like, I think that's going to be Pax on the reverse. Oh yeah, AD15. I've pulled that, and there's also the lots of metals that we have to run. Shrell is leading this one. BCA 0043. What is that? Is that the one that I had on screen? I think I might look at that a little bit closer, honestly. And this is the last one, which also I think they're all. Yeah, there were 7,000 of these discovered by George Hughes in 2013. Mariana sounds good. That one's a little pricier RS, but I love to run it. And so this is the last one of these I brought today. Oh, the Lead Bulla. Oh yeah, that's a cool one. Not so cheap, but really cool. I do want to run the Cologne Hemiable as well as the two nicest VF graded Pruda. This one should be fairly popular. Why don't we sudden death it? That way I can get upset with the result. No, I'm just kind of joking around. There's the bulbous head of Athena, helmeted, and then a stellate pattern. Very good eye appeal. Shell says the payment didn't go through, which is totally fine. It might be a bit laggy for people. Nice win for Jonathan Baffy. Baffy, I have to contact you on some of the possible wholesale stuff. Here's going to be what I was talking about, a VF, much better condition. These are at $94 without a sudden death. Hasmonean King's Might. And then I think I have the remaining 2 of these in my inventory, are the ones I brought today. The other ones I have are going to be lower grade, but also cheaper. So, always interesting. And then I said I would run some of these mixed metals lots. I think these are all they're mostly modern. And then we have the Bulla as well, which I've pulled. But some of these are interesting. I mean, okay, here's a German 1989 metal. This one is going to be interesting. That's William and Mary, I think. Yeah, William and Mary metal. Fairly less than $1 each. Konrad Adenauer, 1967. This one is not 1847, but it's a Hapa Haneri Hawaiian token or metal. This one's interesting. 1913 Willy Brandt to 1992. Large German metal. I don't know what the metal content on these are. I think that one's copper nickel, if I had to guess. Same with this one, which is going to be like a Hamburg style. But what does it say? San Diego? MS Cap San Diego? Anyways, 10 cool, interesting metals and tokens. Transportation tokens. There's a Worthmark 5 Worthmark example. And let me try to find that AD 15 in the meantime. I'm pretty sure I just ran that AD 2515. Unless I'm... Yeah, I'm pretty sure I just ran that. Gerbra. Yeah, it sold for $19. AD 2524. Sure, I'm sure I can find it soon. That one will go to Baffy. Let's do the other 2 metal lots, though, in advance. Like the large lots of metals, we'll do dollar start on them. We'll give it 30 seconds for both, so it'll basically be a minute more. And then the Mariana, keep reminding me of, same with the Bulla. There's a tiny little metal in here. A 1 Kreuzer, 1835, some kind of more modern. There's a Jasper Canada souvenir dollar. Stampede 1978 of the Calgary. That's kind of interesting. No one bows it. This one's really thick. Rant something services 1998 Braintree and Woodham line, first grade Eastern. 1 Fahrenheit. Oh, and there's some tiny little, I didn't even see that, Maria Teresa style metal. Oh man, that's, yeah. No, I am bad because it's often really tough. I have like in mind some stuff that I'm going to imminently run. And then I get to something and somebody's popped out, which is you're in luck. Let's see. This is the last of these 3 coin lots. This one's dated to 1953, Coronation. That one's a Lancashire and Cheshire Numismatic Society, founded and revived. There's a larger, interesting metal. This one is John Jenkins and Son. Oh, Charles Dickens in pretty good shape. And then one more. The other metals later. Yeah, we can run them. I just want to make sure that I'm not neglecting any specific requests too much. Because we have a good mix. I mean, we have all these Belgian ones back here, but let me just look at some other requests here. This one's going to be AD 2523. A nice Phokea Diabol. Like, on some of these, I know that what I've paid for them in the past from other places, so it is tough to dollar start. Like, on Fractional, this has a very nice portrait of a nymph facing left, 2 ovals, and it's 2,500 years old. Really sort of the start of coinage. a 1 gram silver diable. And then we have the lead bulla. There's also some Israeli metals, which are kind of interesting. This would have been, so these were like official seals, I believe, that would have accompanied papal documents. 99 bucks, no sudden death. This one has like almost a double striking on it. You can see one of their faces really clearly. But again, it looks like almost Brockage or something. Alexandra Pap. Super interesting. And you can see the clear cross in the middle of it. Not a common type. Very unavailable at that. And just always find them fun to have on hand. Here is, we can try one of these Israeli types. Let's see what this, these are very large, and 1963 is when this would have been struck. It says, "Let us make about them walls and towers." Huh, interesting. Again, very, very large planchet Israeli items. So I think there is a very rich and interesting Israeli metallic tradition that I've definitely seen. Well, of course, Sasanian drams, Chinese, Vietnamese, there's a bunch of cool types. We're approaching kind of the range I would have predicted. That one went for 18. I guess we can do, maybe we'll try to go sudden death just to go through. I think there are 5 total Israeli themed metals. We'll start them all at that 18 bucks, but go sudden death. Sake of time. Sounds good. Number 1, let's see, 23, 22. All right, I've pulled one. Here is this sword and shield for the builders. Everyone had his sword girded by his side. Baffy. Let's scoop that. And as I mentioned, there are now 3 left. And then we'll do some of the British hammered stuff. 18 bucks is going to be the start. 25th, Israel's 25th anniversary. I think that would have been sometime in the 60s. I wonder if that's like the 12 tribes. No, maybe more than that. I don't exactly know what the significance on all of those are. But we have, I think, again, 2 more of these guys. That looks like kind of some military scene. It says Moshe Dayan, Yitzhak Rabin, Liberation of Jerusalem, with a soldier by a wall. And then last but not least, we've got, is this the same tribes? Yeah, I guess we've got one more crack at the tribes metal, and that will conclude our Israeli metals. Then we have the penny. Congrats to number 1. We can do Belgian stuff. So on this one I paid 22. I paid 51. I'm going to try to offer it for 69 bucks. I think it's got a very nice appearance. Super clear coin. You can see his face very well. It looks like maybe somebody considered cutting it to make farthings, but great level of detail. And I know I thought I did, but I'm looking there and I'm not seeing the other ones. I don't know if I misuploaded them or maybe they sold in a different sale or something. I have some smaller denomination ones that are like 49 bucks. Maybe 44. That at 44 I'd make $3 literally. Silver Geiger, no, I don't have any of that, though that would be really cool. Here's going to be a halfpenny of the London Mint. Again, about 600 to 700-year-old British silver of King Edward. You can see very clearly EDWARD. And then it's so fun. There's so many different directions we could go. This one looks very nice. WX9904. Let's see. Very nice older, again, Nepalese. Oops, bronze. Zenbi. I don't know that I have much in the way of Palestinian types. Gregory, congrats. And then we can do, I think I have 2 others of these. Both look, this one looks pretty nice as well. That one looks really nice. Very well centered. Dresden sounds good. WY26. Let me pull those. Those were not inexpensive, I would say, to acquire just as a cost. Here's the last one of these, Prithvi. We also have some other ones. That one's interesting. I don't know if it's like an earlier type. And then we have, I think, 3 left of an earlier type that's going to be a little bit of a larger flan item. On these ones, though, I paid a little over $10 on them, so I'm going to try to sell them for basically break even. I'm going to hope a couple bids come in. These are earlier 1847 to 1881 examples. And you can see the date very clearly towards the bottom. This is going to be Surendra Vikram Shah. And we've got, I think, 2 others of these. That's going to be, there's one that's in amount. There's one that is not in amount. I'll show both of them. And then after this, we can circle back to some of the other Nepalese better types that we have. That is going to be, I think those first are basically $59. I paid, I think, 43 on them, but I thought that was a pretty good deal. If it's lower eye peel, it'll be 54. Here's the last of these ones that I brought today. And that one almost looks double struck, which is pretty interesting. You can see that there's like, yeah, double struck example. Super interesting. But we'll come back to some of the other Nepalese because I have a good mix of it. Here's the one that's in amount from 1613. And this is like 8 brothers. And then here's the 3 brothers one. Let's see, what is a 1593 taller on eBay? Because I'll try to beat it by a lot. This one has some scratches, just as a heads up. Seems like you can try to buy some Lyandolders, but the one that you can buy AU53 one for $800, I guess. These don't come too common. Let's look at what I'm in this for. I think I'd probably want to try this for like $349 or so. A little smoothing. This one will be $349, but I want to give it a bunch of time to bid up. There's the one side, there's the other side. Really solid coin. This would have been Dresden, which was very bombed by the United States. Sure, Paperboy, that sounds good. I was running them earlier with a 19 start, and they were all selling, but they weren't bidding too much past that, which was a little sad, just because, you know, that was not much basically left. Congrats. This one is fairly historic as well. A little bit of taller time, but you can see there's some of those traces of amount. But the condition of the coin is quite solid. $2.79 is the price on this one. And this is, again, it's 8 brothers all on the coin. Very good level of detail. Beautiful. Early, 400 plus year old taller. It's not something you see every day. The start on 1196, is that the P? Oh, I'm not sure. I'd have to look it up. If somebody unbiased would want to go tell me what they think I should start it at. Check it out. Let's try a handful of these nice Belgian metals. Let's do WY 24047. This is very thick. Herman Boerhaave, born in 1768. That one's going to go to number 1. Good find. Then the next one we could do, this is probably slightly more modern struck. Okay, that's dated to 1816. Though the Poisson would imply late 1800s, maybe early 1900s. Denarius 61. Yeah, let me pull that one. MN Fonteus. It's a very pretty coin. I'll look up what some auction comps would be on that one. 85 BC Fonteus. Denarius. Number 1, gonna win that one. Congrats. Here's a smaller type from a slightly different series, which is pretty interesting. It was just like somebody's metal collection that I bought. And let's see. Fontes, Denarius. There's the obverse, there's the reverse. Paperboy gonna snag that one. It's a more limited handful, I would say, that's from that collection. Some of them in good shape. Still doing some research on the Fontes. Okay, this is dated to what's this? Died in 1585. My guess is somewhere in the 1800s. Choice fine. The MN Fonteus goes for like $200. In terms of auction records, maybe in VF, also 150. So mine is probably going to be Paperboy's going to win that one. Let me see where the remainder of. I need to, but I think my will be somewhere similar, like high 100s, because mine's, I think, nice looking. VF choice. Where's a fine one? Fine with 114. Yeah, I think mine is like a 149 start. And sounds good, England. Barry COL. Good ask. Let's see what that coin is. I'm sure we can run it. All of a sudden I can't see it. All right, Belgian can go away. Let's try BCA 0060. A beautiful Philip unit. We only have 2 more of these. 017 Fontes unit is up next. I think mine is really solid eye appeal as well. Then we have the English type. Great horse on the reverse of this one. WY 2502. Sure. Here it is. I think, again, really solid. No sudden death, 30 seconds rundown. It's got to be how we approach this one. Beautiful, especially the reverse on this. Fantastic look to it. And such clear lettering. I love the Roman Republican style with kind of little bulbs on the end of everything. 667076. Oh, big Marcus Aurelius Sestertius. I might hold that one a little bit if that's okay. We'll do $1 start on an alphabet jetting. Thanks. This one should bid up a bunch. This one, dang. Okay, this one's dated to 1559. It's got a hole in it, but you know, this is a sought after type. Last Druid. This one is maybe not crushing it in the way I might have thought. Nice win. Let's see. Where are some of the other great? I have a bunch of fun ancients, I think. We could also start crushing through some of the, and here's a nice Kavad Zoroastrian fire altar earlier Sasanian coin. Is that the Soloi Stater? No, it's the Seleucid. Okay, no, I don't think so. I think it's like a 299 start is my thinking around that one. And we'll go to Rizlumi. Let's try to find some. Where did I put the Soloi Stater? This is a very important and good question. Because I just pulled it before the show. Okay, I think I found it. No, Cilicia. I have this at 299. Beautiful. This is of the first ruler of the Seleucid Empire. Beautiful lion facing left. Yeah, this one's silver. And just fantastic. We do have a nice mix of better ancient staters and silver that I prepped especially for today. SK is going to win that one. Nice win. This one is going to be... We have some Bosporus items as well. This is going to be a Cilician stater of Issus for 199. 400 to 370 BC. Just looks pretty. There he is, right facing. In choice fine. Apollo with a laurel tree. And there Heracles with a bow and club on the reverse. The wrestler stater, I might have it. Greek. I'm trying to think. I mean, we sold the other choice VFs on an average of like 210. This one is going to be nice. Very nice Paphlagonia Sinope. I wholesaled a bunch of these in the 170s. It's got a great eagle grabbing a dolphin. Just beautiful. 4th century BC. And these come test cut. And then we have some cheaper Greek 6th staters of Mithripoda. Beautiful. With the Triscoli type very clear. There's the lion's head facing right at us. The snout and then the side of the head. 390 to 360 BC. And this one is going to be a Maximian Potent Tetradrachm, Sudden Death. Has a nice reverse portrait of Roman Egypt. Very good detail. And Nike advancing to the right. See, Jam gonna win that one. Let's see. Right here, we have, there's German porcelain we could try. We have some South African silver, some Shipwreck stuff. What is that back there? Oh yeah, we have some of these nice, we've sold majority of them. But these are beautiful Sasanian drams of Khusro with great reverses. Tyler, Shipwreck, cool. We can run some of those zoo type Greek or staters. If you type in stater, I bet what we would have would show up. Again, really better shape. That one, that first one will go to Big Pappy. I think there's maybe, and there's a couple different mints. That last one was Vekavad mint. So is this one. This one maybe I did. Class A. Let me see. I'm not exactly sure what I've got, but such detailed ornamentation on these. It looks like I have some Class B. I'll just show the, I think the Christ files I have are pretty nice looking. A lot of them are Class B. This one is going to be Vekavad. These are silver, yes. That one will go to that dude. It looks like there is going to be only one more of these. This is going to be of this ruler. This is Dara Bird mint, a little bit different. Very elegant flan, and you have some of the script along the side here. And then we have a couple of the Kavad examples as well. That one will go to Rizlumi. The Kavad I've been offering at $39. Oh man, shoot. This one has a really cool countermark up top. I did not notice that before I offered it. Super interesting. I'm not sure what the countermark is of, but that was not a sales tactic to try to notice it late, I promise. Rizlumi, and it didn't really work. Once I mentioned it, that's a really cool coin. I'm going to remove any of the other similarly countermarked examples. There's a countermarked one. Okay, we have, I think, 5 more of the Kavad. This one is nice eye peel. But yeah, let me know. Okay, zoo type Greek. Oh, we have some of the Christ falls up next. Nice hammered Sasanian Kavad. When these run out, we will offer the and Big Pappy. Gonna win that. Here we've got, let's see. I didn't get the specific IDs on these ones. There, I think that's the mint mark right there, really clear mint mark. And I find it interesting how much more stylized some of these strikes are going to be. Little X at the bottom. Interesting how, they're just like use and patterns would have evolved over time. Zoo type, I mean, I don't know if people were aware we have some of these great Athenian owl tetradrams, sudden death at 239. In terms of a zoo, they're always very popular. I typically sell a couple each show, and so we have some good eye appeal examples currently remaining. An imposing owl portrait, and then we also have a good number of like dollar start owls. This one looks kind of... This is a pretty good looking coin. A nice Roman denarius. Let me just pick up some coins that were falling down a little bit, but 46 BC. Probably like I like $74, $75 on this one. Pacific Stacker already has the pre-bid there. Nice looking coin, very good eye appeal. Later owls, sure, SK. The ones that I have here are, I would say, decent. I think one is a little pricier than the other. This one is going to be, I think, like, I want to say like $5.29. And then this one is a little sharper, probably like $5.99. So I'll offer both of them. Yes, and please continue to remind me if I forget. This first one would be $5.29. Beautiful owl. Very intact, but a little bit of chips on the side, but they're not like too active. And then a beautiful Athena portrait on the front as well. And then this one is going to be that $5.99 that I mentioned. Oh, sounds good. Let me get you a cheap coin. What would be something that I think will sell? This isn't may backfire. What would be very inexpensive that I have? Like, I'm trying to think of stuff that I think will be really inexpensive. Honestly, these have not performed that well. I would have thought that they would do a little bit better. Oh wait, but you actually need $10. I would say that this is. I would predict that it would sell for like $6 to $7. Oh yeah. I think I sold that one. AD 2524. Maybe we'll take two of these Chinese items. Okay, that one actually was a little stronger than I would have thought. This one is going to be Jensung. This would be Shensung. They often would take similar names. WY2302. I'm just going to pull that one. Oh, okay, now I see what happened. Some of the English coins got moved around a little bit. And so that's why they were split up. Brandon Farr. Shoot, let's see. Chuck the first penny. Let's see. This is funny. 37. Okay, this one's kind of cool. These are some interesting Vietnamese. I think they look very attractive. This is a Min Mong Thong Bao type. Great characters, some incrustation. Owl time sounds good. All right, let me know. I'll rerun those. I'll rerun. Maybe we'll even make it $5.94 instead of the $5.99. Republican denarius, sure. We have a nice mix of them. Do you want the graded ones or the ungraded ones? $5.89. Why not? Offer a discount there. SK. We'll see if other people. I would not be shocked if somebody else jumped in though. We'll see. Yeah, really pretty, nice large flan. And I'm gonna go to my Shipwreck guy. I'm really hoping that I can make it down this coming Saturday. In which case, I would make every effort to turn those around the same day. but I don't want to promise anything because it often kind of comes and goes in terms of availability. Here's the other one that's a little, it's discounted a little bit just because there's a little chip over here. The rest of the coin I think looks really solid. A little more pitted on the front. But if people are looking for some big time owls, this would be a good opportunity. Then I think what people were looking for was, and let me just make sure, because I know there were some of these I paid more than some of the others for. Yeah, this one was one of the ones I paid in the 50s for, so I'm going to run it for 69 bucks. And then let me look at the other, the other one I offered of this batch did sell. You can see Edward really clearly. The lettering on this is particularly fantastic. It's been well struck. And then WYO 2003. Let me just look at that coin a little closer. Okay. I paid 36 bucks 98 cents for it, so I would try this for like 43, which I think is a pretty fair. That's not much more. I also have some cool Hoard provenance coins with a great little booklet from the people I bought it from. Oh yeah, RS right. Let me pull that. And then there was a request around Republican Denary, right? I think I have some in AD69, I want to say. DJSC AE06 0413. Oh man. Unless, did I pull it? No, I don't think. That coin might have gotten tied up in grading and I uploaded everything else and I feel really bad. We'll run. That is from a nice. I won't sell it otherwise today. This is a very good mix of that little collection that I bought it from. Is a really fun one. I have the RIC catalog numbers and everything. Here's a beautiful Salinina that previously, I guess, was bought for 75 bucks. I don't think it will sell for that much, but apparently an Asian mint, probably like Turkish would be my best guess. Obviously well back of what I paid for it at the moment, but from a fun old collection. There's a really pretty posthumous with it as well. Excuse me. But we can run through some of that collection because it's a good one. I really do my best, Scott. Yeah, I find that makes it a lot more fun for everybody involved. Here's a similar, this does look to be better silver. And I don't know that this is a rare type, but it is. I haven't seen it quite as much. It's a Hercules leaning, and his beard is so well struck. Posthumous, often a slightly better, and it's going to be, I think, Sear 3111, RIC 64. But that whole mix, of which I have uploaded a bunch of the coins from, very beautiful types. And sounds good, Barry. Keep me updated there. We have a better Gallienus coin as well. Isn't that a real? It's a very charming type, heavy flan at 4 grams. Oh, nice. It's a Felicitas with a great cornucopia and really nice appearance. Again, this would have been Rome mint. I wasn't sure if that T would have implied different mint, but again, fantastic detail throughout this collection. Just very nice eye appeal to all of the items. We have some other better types. We have Valerian. Just in terms of time, I mean, all of these have sold well above the 29 start, which I paid more than 29 for the items, but I want to make sure we can run through. I know there's some Roman Republican requests. This is from the same mix, a earlier Valerian at RIC V143. And again, if there's other types, I know we have some Christ Follis on deck. Ooh, there are some very good. Okay, I slightly botched the attribution on this one, which is, I guess, kind of funny. Also not, because I shouldn't be botching attributions. This is going to be a later. This is Philip II. 29, I will just say, come out and say, I think is quite slow. Oh, we got King's Hobby. We thank you so much. We have the seated Philip I and Philip II. Philip is ruling as Caesar under his father, Philip the Arab, as he's dubbed. Very nice old type, and this is a fully silver Antonianus. So that $29 start is truly a dollar start. I think this one has many bids. Yeah, I mean, Mandelbrot, I'm very confident in the authenticity of the coins I sell. I've sold over 100,000 of them. I definitely have sold a couple of fakes in there, most notably the first one I ever sold. But I think it's mostly experience that would tell you. But on the other hand, we do have a bunch where NGC's looked at them already. Yeah, exactly, Imperator. I was saying that earlier. I misattributed this one. This is definitely Philip II. You can see it. But then actually it says Og there. You see, but it's a younger portrait, so I'm not exactly sure what was going on with that one. Let's see. Do we have any more from this collection? It looks like there are two really nice, and again, the other two bid way up from that 29 start. Maybe we'll sudden death it. These are, wow, that's a sharp Virtus Gallienus bronze holding a military standard. Very interesting flan. And then last but not least, we have another similar type, dangerously close to landing. Bridger going to get that at 30. We'll do one last one here. And then we can do some Republican or whatever people want. And with King's Hobby, let's find a giveaway here. Nothing crazy, but something fun. Same collection, WY2302. Did I pull that one already? No. 2302, 2302. Where did I put it? What is... I'm not finding 2302, but we have a good mix of English coins from 23. Here is a nice halfpenny. Oh, the kill from Hoard. Oh, that makes sense. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. $49 on this one. I think the denarii are like $149 a piece. But we do have, again, a nice mix of Hoard coins. This one, very, very good eye appeal, especially for the group. You can see Edward really clear, his 3 prongs, small flan-like scratch there, but nice hammered. His, there's a bunch of numismatic scholarship, and that kind of establishes what the specific coins are. In this example, you have moneyers in the Roman Republic would actually label their coins, so you could see, this says MTULLI. Moneying would have been one of the first things people did in Roman politics. Caesar, for example, like that was one of the earliest ways to, basically get in the game. And so this was specifically dug up of a hoard of, I want to say something like 150, but I really forget because it's been a little while since I bought these. And they spanned all the way up until Claudius's reign. So basically, they first were struck. I think it shows that these coins would have circulated for hundreds of years. And I can pull. They're fairly expensive. These I thought I got a pretty good deal on. Probably could have bought a couple more of them. But this is, it's a lot harder to find. Like the Hoard stuff is very, very sought after. So not super easy to get hands on. Sorcerer Stan leading, and it was a great way also if you were like, this one is more expensive. This is Augustus, so that's the first Roman emperor, and he would have struck. This one is $3.99. He consolidated the Roman Empire. He takes down the second triumvirate. His enemies, there's Lucius and Caius Caesar standing, but there's he would have said, "Hey, I'm the father of the country." So you'd put Pater Patriae, father of the country, on his coins. Um, and then on the back, he says, Caesar. Let's see what the edge lettering says. I'm actually not sure of all that it would be discussing, but again, really nice eye appeal. Pater Patriae, again, father of the country, and you could see Pius is uh, probably peaceful. Does it say F on there? Maybe it's not. Maybe it's DV, but that one will go to Brandon. And so from that, I think it'd be a mix of, specifically numismatic researchers. There's a couple different types here for those that are interested. They range in price. This one is a different reverse type. It's the oak wreath type. This one is going to be about $10 cheaper, which is not massively cheaper, but this would, this, I think it says like obsivis servatos. And then on the front, you can just clearly see he's saying, look, my name is Augustus. That's the title that I'm going to take. Prior, his name was Octavian. So there were some coins when he was Octavian and not Augustus from earlier. But again, these were dug. These are actually all recorded with the British Museum. They were found by a metal detectorist. And if you go to the British Museum's website or similar, I forget it should be British Museum, you can see photos of all of these. So that's like Pilfram Hoard 11. That's what that means. There's one other Roman Republican denarius from this that I have in this hoard. The rest are the Augustus types. This is a Q Minucius Rufus type. X is going to refer to I think 10 asses. So basically an ass was not like a modern curse word, but or whatever. It would have been a denomination, and so this silver, that would have been a copper denomination. That's what this is referring to. Nice win for the bullion guy. In terms of other kind of just fun historical coins, I did bring some of these really nice looking widow's mites. We've got a giveaway there. That's going to go to Jesse Tay. These are going to be Judean ancient coins, I think with really good eye appeal. In this specific example, it's a fantastic type. Oh, I had no idea that was where it came from, because it feels very reasonable that it would mean like you bet your bum. Oh, well, I'm also just gullible. Horace, right, I was going to say, unfortunately, I can't find that coin. I'm guessing that I pulled it to grade it, but very disappointing. This one's a really solid type as well. These are all better. I'm going to probably come back and the quality of the mites will be a lot worse. But right now, these are solid. Too much humor. Well, I feel like that would make it fun, no? I feel like it's fun to recognize the same. Even if people literally never buy, it's just great to have people back in chat. And I don't know, I always appreciate that. Let's see, here is going to be Alexander Janaeus. One more of these Pruda. That's true. That's true. I'm pretty, I'm always cautious. I would put it that way. Yeah, fun is, I feel like that's real important. Coins are great. I feel like it's like the community angle of doing a whatnot show, something like that. Makes it 20 times better for me. We have some UK bronzes. I also have a bunch of dollar star ancients. Sounds good. The Panacapaeum Bosporus coins, they're probably like 59. Well, we could start one for 49 and see where it lands. And everybody has their own sense of humor. I feel like I've seen all types of crazy senses of humor. $2 for a 300-year-old halfpenny. That's pretty good if I saw a deal. Well, I mean, honestly, that is true if on the shekels, but it's pretty unlikely. But it's cool. I mean, there are definitely a lot of them struck. There's the nice caps of Dioscuri. It was, oh, definitely, yeah. That's funny. The Ptolemy era coins. Let me see. Don't have tons of those, but again, phosphorus, Panacopeum. Probably not going to be too much room below that on those ones. Let's see. This people had talked about getting some Roman Republican denarii. This one's probably also like the last one bid up from 74. Tried to pick some pretty solid eye appeal examples here. WY24016. See what that coin is. Sure. That one's a kind of pricey. It's probably like 69 bucks or so. But let's find the AC one first. This one, I think it does have a speck of BD on there, which I should be disclosed. If it's not, yeah, well, let me disclose it now. But, well, it was at least treated for some green incrustation. There's, I think, a very nice appearing portion on it. And I can't tell what kind of deposits they are. They do not look too active. But, you know, paid about 40 bucks for it. We'll see where this one lands. Very nice eye appeal. Big Chuck the second. Sure, DJSC. Yeah, I think I have the next one that I have is definitely larger. Though I may have to. I would have thought this would leap a lot higher. I may have to start the price at a place that's a little more advantageous, I'd say, if that makes sense. But go, you know, just beautiful. Bis Morgan, Cosmic Coins. I think we could be sitting on this one for a while. Let's find another little givey here. Bis Morgan. And you have that very majestic looking eagle. Cosmic Coin's going to come back for it. And I don't think we're near done with this mix. Big Chuck coin. Very good eye appeal. We're still... Alright, nice win. But I do want to make sure I don't get hurt too bad on these. This one would probably be like a 54 start. And I'd come out a little bit under break even. This one's going to be a 28 millimeter example of a trihemiobal. Fantastic eagle, Ptolemy III, Alexandria Mint, Anapographic. Dang. Surprising. Here's the Temple of Janus. All good. No, look, I priced it how I thought I would price it, which was $1 start. But here is a Nero ass. Okay, yeah, those are probably like 500 bucks. I bought a nice one and sold it for about 500. So I will keep you updated as I get those guys. Yeah, they're fun. They're real fun. I mean, I have some what I think are pretty good types available. Let's see. This one might not be quite as expensive. Has some appealing green patina, Domitian, bronze ass, Imperator, Caesar, Domit, Augustus. I don't know exactly what all the rest of that's referring to, but Moneta on the back. And then, oh yeah, the big Chuck. Let's see, let me look what on eBay the cheapest for a good-looking 1668 crown is going to be. Maybe not even good-looking. My guess is this is somewhere in the 200s. UK crown coins. 1660. You can buy a really ugly. How much worse is it than ours though? For 240. No, if you saw the one that's online, this one's a lot nicer. There's one that's in what I would consider to be similar to a little, but worse. I think it's actually worse looking, from a guy in Australia for like $470. My thought on this is that we're gonna do $279. Metals in the bag, we can try some of those. They're old metals for sure. The reverse really, I think, makes this coin super solid. And then you can see some wear on the front. But man, that's a nice reverse. I'm always on the hunt for good English coins. AD, the other bronze as well. Yeah, for sure. People might want some metals. I'll just do like 2 of these metals. And then we can do some of the, we'll do that, whatever that Domitian is. 20 bucks, 20 seconds, sudden death, dated to 1820 on the bottom. De Salignac. And this one is going to be struck by Gatrard. See where this one bids up to. Will not bid up at all. Nice win. AD 75022 Domitian. I'm pretty sure I sold that and I got crushed on it. I think I sold it for. Here we have a Claudius. There does look like a little. Oh no! Did I already? Okay, I must have double uploaded it. Excuse me. Yeah, I had a brutal outcome on that one. This one has a little bit of BD on there. We'll go for less than I paid for it, but it's pretty stable. It got treated. This is a Claudius Quadrans. Have a good one, Cosmic. 41 to 54 AD. After death of Christ. I think it would have been Tiberius that was very likely. And then here's the Domitian. I don't think there might be the tiniest speck of green that this was treated for. We'll go for a $29 start, which is also back to what I paid, but I think there's that tiny little green. Very good looking coin in my opinion. This is a Domitian. He reigned at a later point with a very clear Victoria. Let's see. Readable from Nero. We definitely have. I just sold a nice Nero Temple of Janus coin. These are some this is quite a good looking one. These are the golden age of Islamic society under the Abbasid Caliphate. This is Harun al-Rashid. Very good eye appeal silver Durham. This would have been struck at Madinat al-Salam in the Hijri calendar year 191. And then, let's see, Nero. There were some asks about, these ones are pricier. I paid 68 bucks for them. Look for, I guess, 84. No sudden death, though. Higher eye appeal. Penny. We can do a couple more metals, sure. Great level of detail on this Edwardian silver penny. Very good reverse as well. let's see. We can get back to some of the other metals, and then sounds good, Germ. Would love to sell some of those. Let's do $1 start on this one, which is going to be a national metal auf Niederwald. Zur Erinnerung. You have the German crest on the reverse. Crusader and Knights Templar. We have some of that, but I'm not sure where it is right now. It could be, yeah, I don't exactly know where we've got that material, but I know we have some, so it's frustrating me to think. Let me just keep $1 starting as I pull some of these other. These are some of the UK types. That's interesting. It has a 22 carved into it. On the back, you have this very interesting, like Jetton style Latin reverse. 2507. Sure. I think that's a very nice price. Very, very solid ending. One more would be, oh, oops. Did I put 2 of those in? Yes. Okay. This is going to be different. 24052. Earlier Belgian metal. We'll start for back cost. Beautiful Critique Historien. Palestinian or Israeli. I sold a bunch of Israeli. We have Ancient Judean. Is that interesting, Marvin? $32 biblical widow's mites. We also have some raw ones that are lower grade or have bronze disease. 460503. Let's pull. Okay, cool. No, zero worries. Whoa, that's really pretty. This is from a better mix. We'll start it where I am in them for. Very nearby. Beautiful 1549. Fantastic eye appeal on both sides. Grand Duchy of Lithuania. I think we have 2 of these. Then we can do some more of the metals. We can do some of the Chinese, some of the Vietnamese. And we'll go to Panzer. And then here's the other one from the same group. Also very pretty, half groat. Not going to raise the price. And Germany, yep, I'm making my way. I'm clearing a path under these metals here. 47,181. We have some of the Illyrian coins that are worn but not unattractive. Viking, this is close. That's closer to Viking. It's tough to actually sell true Viking coins. Vikings would have used a lot of like loot that they would have gotten from the Byzantine Empire as they were fighting as mercenaries. There's the Illyrian cow. You have a very nice eagle above it, and Meniscos is the magistrate that would have struck this coin. And then you have also good eye appeal reverse, 3rd to 1st century BC silver. That one won't find a home. This one, oh, so maybe I do have, but from a different group. This is not in quite as nice shape. Guess that one was not uploaded. Okay, neither of those 2 were uploaded, so I'll try to upload those for the next show. But we have 306, 1666 or silver mint. Let's do $1 start. These frequently bid up very nicely. Closer to Viking, these are Swedish Empire or King Charles. Super good eye appeal on them from my perspective. And that one will go to Joshua Heath. We've got a nice 1626, so just a little bit later. Very nice eye appeal, 3 Polker. Nice silver from 400 years ago. Sure. Could you remind me maybe if we get a little slow in the show? $10, great pickup for Joshua. I'm going to bring them back, but we're going to start them at 14. But it's always exciting to offer stuff for dollar start, and people just they get what they. Oh, actually, I accidentally dollar started this one as well. Well, that's okay. 1626 as well. Oh, that's a nice Tantran. Great, like, animal head below. 4 bis at 13. Maybe the next one starts at 13, not 14. I don't want to be gorging the price either. I do want to be sharp about it. And then we also have some NGC fine ones that are going to be a little nicer for like $79. Kazuya, what are you referring to? I'm not sure I fully understand, but I want to answer. Nice win for Bruce. Congrats. This is from this really nice collection, both Vietnamese types and Chinese. Oh, and there's tons of the gambling tokens that I kind of had forgotten, which are so popular generally. Don Hill going to be the leader. These are, Emperor Tan Tai Thong Bao. That one will be. I guess we can try one more of them, and then. Oh, that's funny. Those are those are some awesome medals. I can run them. Base silver, they're like $20. Whoa, sweet win for base silver. Probably going to be the end of running some of those guys. These are going to be so these were used in gambling houses. They have beautiful porcelain surfaces. Fantastic. You can see very nice detail Chinese characters on this side, and this collection I have is fairly extensive. We have some really cool types that I'm going to bring out over the next couple of things. Yeah, BSUs, it's quite possible. I don't want to say anything specific, but it's something I have my eyes on for sure. But I don't want to make any announcements. But something I've thought about. This is a really cool rabbit. Again, these guys have bid up way past 13 in previous auctions. But beautiful rabbit. Again, these would have then circulated as small change in particularly Thailand. They were outlawed officially in 1875 as they tried to kind of standardize the small currency, but they were just very convenient. They were trusted. They were used in the gambling operations. There were many types of them that ended up getting struck, and you see just a ton of different designs with comparatively limited numbers of them for each design. So it's a challenge and an adventure. This is a really cool bull type to put together, a complete collection, but they're extremely. I was actually sorting these with my wife yesterday, and she was like, wow, like the eye appeal on these is incredible. That one will go to Joshua Heath. This one is going to be Siam, Thailand. Beautiful. Oh, this one on the reverse has like an interesting, almost looks like a kettle or teapot. And then a hexagonal shape. There's one over here with a scroll. It looks like slightly chipped, but is a beautiful scroll. And then with some interesting reverse characters as well. And then we have, maybe we'll do like 2 or 3 more That one will go to Astro K. A couple different, and it's always important to look at the reverse too to see, like this one has a very nice porcelain blue character on the reverse and a clear one on the front. And let's then find some other, there should be some, oh yeah, people were curious about the chocolates as they cleverly identified them as. We've got a couple over here. They're all, again, like $20 starts. WY24053. This is Roger Bacon. Struck in actually, I'm not exactly sure the date that it was struck. On the reverse, though, it does refer to 1819, so dated to 1819. There are some very cool types in this group. And I think that they've been going comparatively undervalued today. Ooh, that one's really cool. That's definitely a different style, but it's like some kind of Maria, it looks like. Maria Felicita Malibran Garcia. And dated to 1736 or so. I'm not sure exactly what. I'd go to No One Bozo. Some of these are going to have been struck a little more recently. Like they're not, I think this one does not appear. That one says La Vie de Caen, 1815. Beautiful style. Enfin Malherbe 20. That's actually a really pretty metal. Slightly different. P. Pratt. Seriously. That one I'm going to identify as a joke, but tell me if I misinterpreted. This one is going to be, and again, starting them, I think, at a pretty, this one is Charles Lebrun. 667044. Yeah, we'll run that. It's probably like a $49 start not long from now. P. Pratt, we'll scoop that one. This one, it has this Poisson strike, which would imply sometime after 1880. Do it for a couple bucks less, but it's Denis Diderot. Again, this one, the more modern metal, doesn't take away from the Dumal, like the great relief and everything. Whoa, the next one is really nice. We're going to go No Sudden Death on it. Actually, we're going to go No Sudden Death in 2. This one is going to be possibly in the more affordable category, though very eloquent and elaborate. Swiss copper, I don't think we have much of that. Saint-Crespin, I'm not sure. This one is going to be Marguerite d'Autriche of Austria by Juvenal. And this is, I think, one that will stand out. We'll do the same 19, but No Sudden Death on this one. Very large and this beautiful and detailed. Versailles que Bruxelles a vu naître fut le père de l'anatomie. Just a great André Vessal with great relief. We should have some Gordine, absolutely. 456, I don't see. I see some other 450s, though, that are pretty good eye appeal. We can come back to, we can always come back to some of the great metals that we pulled. Oh yeah, HJC. I think for whatever reason, I need to take that off. That one I didn't get sent, but we can do the one after it. And I have this awesome Alexandrian collection in that is going to take me still some time to ID and probably grade, because it's, some of them are Datari collection, which is like the most famous collection of Alexandrian coins. The British one with Victoria, I'll run that one soon as well. This one is a great Phrygia Azanis Domitian. Great style. NGC AE22. We also have a comparatively rare Diadumenian. Two Asaria as Caesar, likely under Macrinus. We have some rare Tartarans. We've got, here's this Tartaran. This is after the Christphallus era, and we haven't offered any of the Christphallus. Byzantine from the 11th to 12th century has this really nice Byzantine cross with different, themes on the reverse. But a beautiful coin here. Thank you so much, Flo. And then here are some of the Christphallus. Oh no, but we said this for Baffy. This is going to be WY26. Dollar start. I've been collecting for about 20 years, but I'm 25, so since I was really a little kid. Arthur Hill Mayer. Super interesting Queen Victoria coin. So I'm really pumped about coins. Love talking about them, collecting them. This one is, I think, a better type as well. Dollar started Arthur, Duke of Wellington, with this beautiful Waterloo reverse style. Great metal. Yeah, exactly. Wellington, born 1709, died. I don't know exactly when that says. 1769, died 1832 or something like that. Beautiful white metal coin. Nice, very much dual portrait across both. That one will go to Baffy. The next one, I think, is a more modern strike. Well, dollar start, but it's pretty large. Charles Dickens metal, who's a very famous author. Just kind of something interesting. Well, we have two other ones that I think will prove popular. Oh, shoot. Yes, I think you had asked for the Hadrian. I'll run that Hadrian right now. Great Cistercius. $54, no sudden death though. This one is like a really chunky, good eye appeal example with a very pleasing patina. Yeah, for sure. Absolutely. Not surprised to see a couple bids come in on this one. HGC, by the way, I feel bad a little bit, but I'm not trying to. I tried to get in touch to see if we get that order processed, but I didn't want to. I think they've been doing a lot with some of the sales and stuff like that, so I am like kind of itching to get you those items. Here's an interesting. It looks like it was, maybe worn on a lapel or jacket or something like that. 1945 lion taking down maybe an eagle or serpent. I think it's like a celebratory World War II medal win under King George VI. Headed to DJSC. I'm trying to think of some of the other themed stuff we have. This was requested. Or 059. $20. Should bid higher than that, but you never know. François Marmontel, dated to 1820. Let me try to find that. Oh yeah, 07, it's like facing up here, honestly. That one's gonna go to Gems. We have a couple other good, like very good eye appeal, chocolatey types. This is Jean Laurent de Alembert, dated to 1824. I think people are gonna like. I mean, they're also like different series. This is the similar one that has bid to like 39 plus. This is the Bruges Simon Steven né à Bruges. It's just a fantastic metallic series here. Such a fan. Well, the next one has like a great crest on the reverse as well. Take a look at this double portrait. Isabel and Albert. Whoa, that's really cool. There's a hit on the back, but these would have served as teaching tools as well. Struck by Juvenal. Again, hit on the back. Great metallic style, Kazayu. And maybe we'll do one or two more of the chocolate brown metals. And I'm not raising the price for the time being on them. Great crest on the reverse of this one. A bear and a lion. Very expressive portraits. Try to show both sides as best I can. Good one for Gems. And yeah, this is unique because it's like a very metal focused auction, which I rarely have the opportunity to do. This one's in good shape. Lithographie, Senfelder, 1796. This one has a very nice, very nice surfaces, basically. Very good shape. $20 is going to be a really good, I think, very not super expensive place to buy that one. Let's see. Though we talked about some of the Christ Falls, which I've definitely been running low on. This is a very good example of a Christ Falls. We also have some cheaper silver, but keep me updated. HTC is going to get, and I know that there's been stuff that I've ignored, but I'm not like trying to ignore it. One of those is going to be the Henry VII. WY2507. We should have a good amount of time. Jesus Christ, King of Kings on the reverse there. No bids. This one is going to be, maybe we'll drop the price a bit. No sudden death though. DJSC. It's got a flan flaw, but it also has very good detail. And it's the only one I have in my inventory. You can see it so clearly staring right at us. Great reverse. Shipwreck for sure, Jam. I'm going to run this one and then we'll get some Shipwreck. Nice. Yeah, the silver in here should have some value. Let me just tell you what that value is going to be. Melt in here is $18.31. Then we'll find some Shipwreck. The Shipwreck that I have is really pretty. It's Admiral Gardner 20 cash. Still way back a melt, under, it's like 80% of melt, and I'll probably get something like 2/3 of melt. So I think there could be some Baffy and people generally any interest in Jettons after this as well. We could do more of the nice metals too. Nice sub melt silver for Baffy. Congrats on that pickup. These are going to be like $24, but they could bid way higher if how they've acted the last time I offered them it happens again. These were sank in 1809 in the English Channel. Antiochian, we should have some Antiochian stuff, but yeah, Admiral Gardner Shipwreck with a beautiful, beautiful red surfaces. We can hang on. There's those types. Let's see, let me pull these back. Military metals. I don't know how military the metals that I have outstanding are going to be. I've got a couple more. Like the chocolatey ones. Condor token. Oh, Condors. We just got in a great mix of Condors, and first we're going to do the Jettons, but keep bugging me about Condors. This is going to be a beautiful... Huh. Okay, this one was not uploaded. Dang. Let's just type in Jetton and see what pops up. Silver Jettons. Okay, it's saying that I have some more than just what's in front of me here. I don't see that one. It could be that most of them are going to be bronze. WX. Mayor de Nantes. What on earth? I'm just trying to locate where I might have put these coins, because I'm not able to find them as things stand. Was it in here somewhere? No, I don't think so. Alright, well, WX5100. That will show up, and then we can do maybe even $1. Oh, nice. War tokens. Oh, that has a nice cross in the middle of it. Interesting type. There's a ship on the reverse, Village of Paris. Condors, though. We have a bunch of Condors, including some very fresh ones that I inventoried for today's show yesterday. We can also get started and introduce people. There's also some paper knot geld. This is going to be like a interesting satirical Jetton. Basically, Prince Albert goes, or Ernst Augustus gets staffed on Hanover, and so people made to Hanover tokens dated 1837 as a satirical political token. It's like a horse crushing what looks like a dragon. They're called the Cumberland Jack satirical tokens. Come with the half towel, the Saxony. I think it's a full taller, but it's and these condors are a little pricey in terms of what do average. But I actually think that their condition justifies it. I paid in the high 20s, trying to make about $5 a pop. Donnell and Co. I think most of these are going to be Warwickshire types. Some of them have militaristic, different generals on them as well. And it was a group of 5 that I had purchased. Yeah, the Hive is definitely cool. And I think there's just a good mix. This is going to be General Elliot on the back of this one. And these are just better, better strike. General Elliot Condor with a fantastic plume or fleur. Birmingham halfpenny, 1792. That one will go get a couple of bids. This one is in quite nice shape. This is going to feature John Howard on the front. 1792. John Howard, very good detail. Again, yeah, these are all copper. There are silver from like the 1810s often. You guys, I'll allow people to bid against each other. I'd be open to it. I'm just messing around. Here we have a very nice. It looks like a little scratch there, but Dutch Samuel Johnson. Dusty coin. Riverstone will win that one, and then last but not least, I could see this one. It's a more common type, but in really good shape. Very nice stork and Birmingham Mining and Copper Company with the same, it looks like fasces that might have been on the Mercury dime. It looks very similar. Not exactly the same, of course, but that one will make its way to Riverstone. And then if there's other condors or other things people need, I'm thinking we could jump back. I know these were very sought after to continue to go through the Belgian mix. Yeah, the details are for sure really solid. It looks like there could be two of the more likely to be restruck ones. Riverstone, we'll scoop that. Again, I think this is more likely to be restruck. It is a Voltaire one, though. And you can tell that it's restruck. You can see that privy mark, which would have implied after 1880. But again, Voltaire type, more famous individual, Arouet de Voltaire. Great relief. Neuchâtenay-Pré is going to be near Paris. And then this one is going to be a Bonaparte. Also, well, this one's interesting. No sudden death. It does look like it's been restruck, but it's very weighty. Antoine Bevy, yes, restruck to 1989. And so that's the only like super more modern one, but it shows Napoleon finding Egypt. This stage, this is, about 35 years old, but a beautiful, potentially official restrike. I'm not exactly sure on the details, but 1989 restruck Napoleonic style example. 17 bucks on, I think this is the last of this style. We'd sold a couple of these. Tante de l'Empereur, aunt of the Emperor Charles V. For sure, J-Men. Well, I'll even do you better, and I'll dollar start them all. They're cool. We have, it's a nice mix. We're gonna do, I think, 3 of these metals. That one's interesting, and then we'll also jump to a different mix of metals because there's 2 collections that we have. 1817. This one's interesting style, but yeah, 2 metals. The next ones are going to be the other series that has been consistently selling a bit ahead. And man, it really is metal mania today. Here are the 2, again, from a mix that seems to have been a bit pricier so far. Artevelde, né in 1290. But yeah, then we'll do some of those Chinese types. Here we'll do this one. And then we'll do WY240108. This one is Jean, who is this say? Al Khan. Very nice detail. And I may be wearing people out on this style of metal. Again, we have some other style examples. Here's going to be a Jensung cash coin. This was provenance back to Elson 2001, lot 986. Very solid style. And should bid up a lot higher than $1. We'll see though. Won't quite get to my cost. Nice win for Riverstone. We'll have these other two. Why not? We'll just run them Chaetsung cash coins of the Northern Sung Dynasty. All pretty good eye appeal. Let's orient that properly. There's the 4 characters. Loop-de-looks. Then going for 3. And I'm in too deep at this point. Let's just run this one. And J-Men, I think this is going to be the last one that you'd requested. Well, if there's any others, please let me know. And we'll see any other. All right, those are going to be all very attractive price point wise. Let's do some copper Jettons maybe. There's also a bunch of Japanese coins that we could try and find. This is going to be 1722 dated. I'm going to be careful, but I don't think 29 is going to be too imposing of a price on this much earlier Jetton. Very pretty scene. Metals or ships? I'm not exactly sure, Loop-de-looks, what you're referring to. Not trying to be difficult. We have nice Sasanian types. But on what are you asking? On which coins? Like on the metals? So we have, here's our mix. Some of the other ones and Jettons. Yeah, so they're generally like almost like tokens. It's basically tokens is how I would best describe them. And so it's a little, they often originally they originated in like the 1300s, and they would be used on accounting boards because they could be moved around a bunch, but they would often have political themes. This one is going to be wine, malt, liquor, and provision merchant Gregory Brown with a cannon on the reverse. Bacon. And so tell me if I'm not being clear enough, because I totally may not be. But you originally have them mostly struck for like these counting purposes, and over time they evolve, and they're more like presentation pieces that would often evoke a bunch of political themes. And they were less core to the function of like moving around a counting board. This is a really cool one, 1837 to 1897. It talks about to commemorate the 60th year of Her Majesty's reign, Queen Victoria, 1837. She reigned 64 years up until 1901. And so basically, I think there's just a bunch of fun and interesting types here that we've pulled. Did they use it as money? Generally not. So it wouldn't have been used as money. This is born 1841, Prince Edward of Wales, 1863. This is probably early 1800s or late 1800s to early 1900s. I would be quite surprised if these were used. And so then you would have like, there's more valuable ones and less valuable ones, but there's some beautiful. I need to upload a couple more into my next auction. This is Sir Peel's Free Trade Measures, Sir Robert Peel. Often they had, like, here they're talking about free trade measures, like very much political themed items, or at least they frequently would have been. But it's not as much. It's more. I would say they're closer to metals than Jettons, than coins. They often are also, they won't like have a circulating value. They often would have been struck in some kind of interesting silver or something, but it's more of like a older token. Yeah, there is a calendar one back there. Beth, good to was that the mix that you bought from for like up t you know, I mean, I know it's in Texas, but like well up the country. I don't want to give any address info away or anything like that. Wonderful. I'm glad that that went through. We really didn't. That was a very fun and one-off win. I bet that the copper value in that honestly has been a good outcome on its own. This one's interesting. It says Barrett and Co.'s sweets are pure. British Empire. That's pretty interesting. Shows the reverse. I think they're very fun place. But yeah, I wish we had more of that. When we find it in the future, we will definitely get in touch. His Royal Highnessy, the Princess Charlotte, her Royal Highnessy. This is 1/10, 1 decem. I don't think that this would have had much circulating value, but again, people would do all kinds of crazy stuff with the coins and tokens and claims that they would lay. That's going to go to Dusty Coin. This next one, yeah, and I say metal. These are more tokens. Her Royal Highness Princess Alex Victoria, born in 1819, and on the back it says May 24th, 1837. The birthday of the heiress presumptive to the throne, the hope of the people. That's really cool. That's really cool. What's going on? That's a great. That's a funny username. Let's see. Dollar start. This is going to be William, who was the king until crowned on the 1831. I think he's only around until 1837. By trampling on liberty, I lost the reins. Oh, that's so fascinating. See, such an example of like the type of political discussion that they would have had. Dusty Coin's going to win that one. And so you would have like private. This is a worse condition example of the same type. It looks like William. Yeah, by trampling on liberty, I lost the reins. I'm not sure exactly what that would have referred to, but is like a classic case of the type of stuff that would make its way onto. It was likely, somebody upset at the time or shortly thereafter, being like, a satirical token similar to that earlier one that we sold. This is going to be the Court Gazette and Fashionable Guide, published on Saturday, price 6. So this would have been like a token for under the time that Queen Victoria was, but by issuing these tokens, it's an advertising token. They're trying to say, hey, this is the magazine that we publish. Like, look out for it. Here's how much it costs. And so that's similar to how the Civil War tokens function, though there was a little more direct connection. This is May 2nd, 1816. What does that say? It says, Her Royal Highness Princess Charlotte and Leopold, Prince of Coburg. Some kind of token or jeton for them. And I know that we've been doing a bunch of these. Dusty Coin going to win that one, but I feel like it's just too interesting of a collection to pass up. This is going to be Fête Nationale, Party National, 25th anniversary of the inauguration of the King SM Leopold, 1856. This kind of looks, this should be a Belgian king, I believe. So again, mostly in the United Kingdom, but there are some, that looks like a Belgian medal. As we continue through, this is going to be Britannia mourns her princess, died 1817, aged 21. Her Royal Highness the Princess Charlotte. Oh, I didn't realize. I actually don't know much about Princess Charlotte. Very interesting. Likely to bid a touch higher. Riverstone, I'm going to scoop that in the 11 range. This one is going to be Her Royal Highness, also the Princess Charlotte. Okay, very similar type. Interesting. And let's find a giveaway also as a thank you. I know we're doing a bunch of these here, but there's some interesting tokens and there's some larger size medals that we can bring back not crazy long from now. Dusty at 6 is a good win. Okay, this I'm going to double I'm going to include both because this one says it has no value. This other one talks about 1870s in Paris, the Exposition Universelle, Administration of Money, Republic of France, Suffrage Universelle. Then you have this other one, loaned for amusement only, but I think really the important one is going to be the one that's on screen here. Very interesting. Headed to Loop-de-Looks. This one, I think this is copper nickel and dated well after 1780, but it still has fun toning. A piece of 8. It says Hispaniola. I have no idea what this guy is, but I looked it up on Numista and it said it was copper nickel. So that is all that I can represent it as. Oh yeah, it's a ship. That's a good point. That one will go to Loop-de-Looks. I'm trying to think if there are any other ship items here. This one looks interesting. And we'll combo it with this Hoard item. But this one says Georg III, crowned in 1761, so George. And then on this side, Liège, Temond, Etmond. And on this side, it's some interesting type, but we'll combine these two. Gregory is going to win that one. This one looks interesting. Marie Alexandrova Alfred, Duchess of Edinburgh, married on 1874. Some scratches, but is Edinburgh Northern Ireland or Scotland? I think it's... I actually don't really know. Scotland. Cool. Scottish type. And then this, I think, is silver. I do think that this one is going to be silver, unless it says otherwise. This is an 1890 or 1897 metal for... This is, a solid type. Loop-de-Looks will win that one. This one I actually don't recognize it, and I tried to look it up and I couldn't find anything on it. It says Carolo Secondo. I think that's Charles, who was from the 1600s. Not sure what we're working with. It says Britann on the back, and something in Latin with like a reclining lion. Not sure what the metal content is, but it wouldn't shock me if there was some precious metal in there. I can rerun the silver. No prob. I'll rerun it next time, next auction. Just going to speed through the remainder here. This one is going to be the Honorable George Canning, MP, dies in 1827, the friend of rational freedom. Again, very political theme on that one. Copper token or Jetton. And then looks like this one maybe I'll keep. Let's do a lot of these. For one from 1969, one dated to 1854, God Save the King, and then this little medal. Let's start the auction, and then we'll do the calendar coin. Interesting mix. The one that I put aside, sure. I just want to take a better look at it because I think I might have sold one of the other ones a little bit on the inexpensive side, which is totally fine, but I also don't want to hurt myself because there was a metal in this lot that I looked for comparable auction comps, and it's what's in my thumbnail, and it sold for like $8,000 in a Czech Republic auction, not in CZK but in euros. Carolus is this type. Oniswaki Malipons. So I'm like, there could be some better metals in this. I want to figure it out. This one is going to be a no sudden death calendar. Jetton of, it looks like 1769. I don't know if that meant it was struck in 1769. I also don't see a real reason that you would have this if it wasn't in 1769. It would have been helpful, obviously, to have that you could like tell what it would be very useful. Like instead of an actual calendar, you could have it on one of these, and if you could read it, that would be very helpful. Carry this one around for the year, something like that. So really, really fun token. Dusty coin. Yeah, exactly. Metal calendar. It is kind of a crazy concept to think of as well. Like just how different life day to day would be. So cool. King's birthday you'd have on there too. I guess that's important. Hillary term. I'm not sure what that means. That's going to say the sun cycle, the gold number, the Dominical letter, epact. I don't know exactly what would have been relevant about those things in that society. Sunday, Trinity Sunday, is that one? White Sunday, the 14th. Lent, Easter, Holy Thursday. That is so cool. I should have looked at this closer. But yeah, this was from an old British collection of medals. Advent Sunday, December 3rd. Just fascinating. And it does have like that wear. It feels like it would have been sitting in somebody's pocket, which is also fantastic. Exactly what you want to see. The Sunday figures. That is so awesome. No, I don't think this one's silver WH. That one will go to Dusty. Congratulations. Probably the coolest medal that we had, offered to date. This one, maybe I need to look this one up as well. This was another one that was in this mix. It's a little bit light, but really cool. This one, there's a little bit of discoloration, but it's pretty beautiful. It says Austriae Grata Bugovina, dated to 1875, but there could be some incrustation that's removing something that I can't see there. Yeah, it looks pewter or white metal. I don't want to promise one or the other, but that's kind of what it looks like. Very nice eye appeal item. And we do have like some nice German porcelain. We also have the remainder of the chocolate Belgium coins. Congrats. And I guess we'll sudden death this guy. I think it's the last from this. There's a couple left over that I'm going to need to do a little more research on. 1970, 300th anniversary. So it's a more modern one, but very fun art. Company of the Bay of Hudson Bay Company. Really cool medal. In a couple languages. More modern, but fun art. That one will go to Don Hill. And I'm trying to think. We should have some Belgian. And these are the huge ones that I basically had forgotten about. Those would have been struck, and in both cases you have the names scratched out. But for people on eBay, the comps are pretty high, in like the 90s and above, in terms of what you can offer them or buy them for. The name is scratched out, but this was literally somebody who would have passed. He died for freedom and honor. There's very rare ones that are she died for freedom and honor. But you have, again, their names have been crossed out. This would have been, I believe, presented to deceased British World War I fighter. And very large screen. Just really interesting. Again, these are I think that there were over 1 million of these made because they would actually make them for the deceased. Just super, super interesting history. And so we have 2 of them from this. Yeah, exactly. I'm not sure. I don't know if there's like a practice of scratching them out. This one, you might be able to put back, know who it was. He died for freedom and honor. It looks like William, William, and then, but unclear. Yeah, these are not silver. And this is the last one of these that I have. Cam Hale. We'll land that one. Let's see. In terms of other material on the metals side, it doesn't look like there's. Okay. We can also not. We don't have to do metals. I'm just under the. Oh, but we actually have a bunch of really cool ones. Okay, there are more metals if that's what the vibe is. The best stuff. Well, let's see. Yeah, we have big old silver metals. We should have a couple silver ones. They can be a little bit tough to price. And I will warn that I do not normally get this many metals in. I just worked hard the last couple days to basically inventory every metal that I had on hand. Not literally every one, but it's not like I'm sitting on a ton more. So I feel like, and again, this is be a little biased in terms of how you hear me talking about these because I'm literally selling metals. So obviously I would say that they're great. I think that the artistic value, when you get, it's also kind of, I was thinking about this with ancient coins. I generally like silver over bronze and they're generally a little rarer, but nobody's buying any of these for the metal content outside of actually some of the silver metals that I do have are just most of their value will be in their literal silver because of what they could be melted for. But in terms of the art on this, to sell that at 21, I may be selling a couple too many of the Belgian type because I think that that's pretty. I'm trying to think how to put that. If any of these were a circulating coin of this size, this is a beautiful France and Navarre, and they're not all the same. They're not all the same series. This is a Louis the 13th, King of France and Navarre. Do I personally collect metals? I have a couple that are in my collection, but they're mostly ones that I think have extreme value that I need to do more research on. I would say my collecting interests are often in ancient coins, any coins with history important to my family. As well as just highlights of stuff that I've picked up. I bought a Great B Stag tetradrachm, and it's kind of for sale, but I'm going to ask a full retail price for it because it doesn't make sense to not sell something if it's at full retail. I kind of, with these, and again, maybe take this with a grain of salt. Obviously, I would want to say that because I'm selling these. I don't think that I'm maximizing the value on these ones. I don't think that I'm selling them for nothing. In fact, I know, if it bids in the 20s, I'll make at the very most maybe $11 or something. So I'm selling them profitably, but I'm also not saying, hey, I need you to pay the true full price on this if you're going to buy it from me. So that's a little bit, I guess, of my approach here. We're getting close to the end on this mix. Then we have some other examples. German silver, I don't think I have. I can try to go buy some though. I mean, I basically try to buy as many European collections. I get in touch with European dealers. Yeah, Myth, which royal ancestors do you have? I was talking to my wife, and she has a family tree, and it may not be true, but that she could have some very distant relation to Alfonso, I think the 13th, and I was literally selling a bunch of his coins a couple days ago here. Some of the silver metals, sure, they're going to be pretty expensive just because they're kind of like they're heavy in terms of their literal weight. Um, and so because they're heavy and they're silver, the price is going to be a lot higher. Michel de Montagne. That one will go to Kazuya. This is cool. A little bit, this is a Ben Franklin medal. It's so cool to see him appearing on European medals, but he was important diplomatic. A little bit of green on the side. Franklin, bienfaisance du génie. Ben Franklin, subscriptors of Association for Proper Histoire, 1833 dated. Really cool Ben Franklin type. Keep reminding me about those the WY that you just mentioned. I'm kind of on a metal kick. Then we'll do a couple of the requests that have been piling up, and then I guess I'll be sad once we're through the metals. We have German porcelain. Oh, wow. That's super cool, Myth. I don't have tons of the Safavid stuff. It's just kind of tough, and there's like import restrictions if I want to buy stuff that's from abroad that's like from Iran. They're technically not covered because they want to basically prevent if you have some like recent Iranian item. I don't know if that makes sense, but so it should be fine because most of that stuff is going to be out of the country, but there can be some snags. Like same thing happened importing Russian coins. FedEx got really mad and it cost me like $500 because I had to send back a big package because there were like 3 Russian coins in it. And then we had to ship it separately and obtain a surety bond. It was like a total nightmare. This is a larger Gabriel Mudet, Natus Brecht Obit. Yeah, so again, it's tricky because a lot of the platforms won't let you sell it. They're just trying to do their best to be within the rules as well. A little frustrating, but what can you do? Okay, this one's a big one too. This is going to be a François le Premier Roi, the first king of France. That is really cool. 1494. Oh, it's just France. No, not the first king of France. That's just his name, Francois the First. I know that. This should bid higher than 20. We'll see if it does. It does not really. Great win for Bruce. Then, okay, we've got 2 more of this. And then people who are sick and tired of these will be happy. This is Louis. This is a nice one. Ancestry research my dad has. We trace back a little bit to, I think there was one, so it's kind of controversial. So Mayflower, my grandma, she had somebody that came over on the Mayflower. He died, but then later on, his ancestors who were still living in Britain came over on a later boat. And so apparently there's this whole there's 2 Mayflower societies or something, and one of them would like recognize him and the other wouldn't, in terms of how they do it with the ancestors, which I think is like mostly ridiculous but also kind of funny. Last of this group, this is a more beautifully intact Franklin medal. Helen Kid Corrupt. No, I don't. That seems questionable, but I might just be tired of dealing with some lovely buffoons in the chat who have been trying to trick me into believing stuff when I'm gullible in auctioning. You guys are nuts. I think 37 would be insane price for one in this condition. I think this has a good room to go here. Oh, okay. I thought you were saying direct ancestor, kid. I was gonna say I don't know exactly how ancestry works, but pretty positive. Yeah, I'm mostly German. But my grandma did ancestry, and she actually, they're both born in Germany and immigrated on that side. She actually, she had a little bit of Yakut, which is like a far east Russian province, kind of like Mongol, potentially background. Really interesting. We were like, how on earth did that happen? Sir Joseph Banks, His Royal Highness died 1820. The Royal Horticultural Society. Interesting medal. This one is actually going to be British. And I'll show you just the rest of them. We also might have tired out on metals, but there's an interesting mix. That one's kind of cool. It says Gallia, dated to 1750. That's pretty sweet. This one's a big one. Maybe we can do these with $1 start. That's a huge one. Albertus, old and interesting. This one's dated to 1821. Good group. Well, why don't we do this for $1 start? Silver and copper coins. Sounds good, Bacon. Are you looking for just coins or for metals? Oyster Bay, I think, is a really nice area. I don't think I've ever been there, but I've heard it's like really, really cool spot. Coins. All right, well, let's do... are you looking for modern or... Yeah. I feel like Long Island, there's, you know, it's really cool. They can be very, very pricey. I've never been to, like, the Hamptons, but I know that's a nice area. That's interesting. I don't think I'll have time to fully explain what it is. It's all in Latin, but some kind of obelisk on the reverse, 1821 dated. 1800s coins. Well, we'll find some 1800s coins. We're going to do these last two. These are some big, big metals. Louis Rouchonnet, conseiller fédéral till 1893. Au magistrat, au citoyen, à l'ami. Very interesting. This thing is a huge metal. There's the size of it. That one will go to Astro. I'm just going to put this in a special place for the two of these that we're going to sell. And we'll find some 1800s. I think I have some ideas. Nice. And again, we have a couple more metals, but I think I've now probably sold 100 of them, and it might be time to retreat. We have some French metals. I'm just going to put them in a little box over here, condense them, and those will be good to go when we find them again. Let's try just some straight up world silver. Beautiful denarius evoking lira coin. Big silver coin to the left, that's a metal. But I could try to grab it as well if you are interested in it. I think that's close to our backup spot. Very nice one. I shouldn't say that without confirming it. We have some, if people like nice Japanese coins, here are some of the Mamaita again. Start these for 32. I've sold a bunch of them. This one's 4.64 grams. BCA 0049. Yeah, we have a couple of those ones, yeah. We'd probably want to start them for like 19 if that's okay. Oh yeah, the Timuratenka, that's a great one, Myth. That one actually is not going to sell. It's okay. Oh, we do have a ton of ancients as well. Dollar start this one. I paid a good bit for it. This is Mongol States Timurid Empire under Shakruk Mirza, 1405 to 1447. Silver shot, we do not have any of. I do have a good number of dollar start ancients. Often they will have a couple of problems with them, I'll be honest. But we can just see how they go. Like this has some bronze disease, but it is a really nice Kizikis mint. Phallus, KYZ. Where's the bronze disease? It's like the tiniest speck in the corner. Very good looking. Silver medal of probably like 149 bucks. I don't know if that encourages you or discourages you. It's of Louis Napoleon. You can, if you type in Napoleon though, you'll be able to find it. Here is an anonymous phallus. We have a couple of anonymous phallus with some bronze disease attached. There's just a little bit in the field. Clearly struck IC is Jesus, XC is Christus, NIKA is going to be conquer. So a little bit, look it up. Awesome. Because I forget, if I'll basically run it for 10% above silver value, it should say the weight. There's a class A, tiniest speck down there, none on the reverse, or maybe very minor. Jesus Christ, King of Kings, spelled out more clearly as opposed to the Conquer version. This one should have some more room on there. Oh yeah, Nemesis, you had mentioned those ones. WY 17. What is 18 again? Here's another. This is going to be class B, which we haven't run. Not sure where the BD is. Probably the tiny. Okay, there's some specs on the front of it. Christ portrait, very clear. Domitian. I might have run it and then it. Oh yeah, I just found it. I'm going to run through. There's a couple more Christ phallus, often in low grades, as you are seeing. And then we will jump over to your request. This one has more of a flan. The Jesus Christ King of Kings, the BD, the green incrustation is a little more imprinted. We'll do maybe 2 of the Pruda or similar, which we'll have a couple more of. But very solid coin. Okay, thanks for having no rush. I think I paid like mid 30s, and I am very pleased with how they look. So I was starting them in the mid 50s. This one is from a group. I can't tell if this is like a Herodian or it didn't have enough identification to. I don't think this was bronze disease. I think it didn't have the ID where they were comfortable IDing it at NGC, but was from a group of Pruda that I had bought. A phallus, those were the Byzantine. What was it called again? If you type in Louis Napoleon, it's not on my eBay. And it also, I'll tell you the SKU, you could also type in WX61009. Similar, Pruda wasn't able to ID it. This one is going to be 008. And then we'll go 09, and then we will do both of those nicer types. This one just has a ton of incrustation. It's they're interesting. I mean, they should be Judean bronzes. This one could probably use a good cleaning. Didn't have enough detail. But then we'll shift to the WY 24018. I thought that 49 was actually a price that it could bid up a bunch from, but it may not be. P-Simp. Let's see. This one is going to be 49, no sudden death. Very nice, I think, solid appearance. Bought this in a group of 6 nice bronzes. I think it could bid up fairly considerably. You have Moneta on the reverse, Moneta Augusta. That one will go to Riverstone, nice win. We've got this Vespasian with Akitas, very nice on the reverse. Um, I think there's even some Carthaginian in the mixed ancients with potential bronze disease, or just that I didn't have enough time for. So let's see. Here's this first little Prudo. We'll drop it to 15 seconds. Good looking little coin. Looks like there's Cappadocian drams. There's a bunch of interesting types, I would say. Yeah, for sure, Bacon. Let me know what MIL, is that the one that I have pulled? No, I think it's the sub. It's this one, which is going to be. And again, this one, I don't know that it's even bronze disease. It looks like a Cappadocian Aero Barzani's little BD, maybe 96 to 63 dram in low grade. Tell me if you have a different ID for it, but I'm pretty positive that that's what that is. So, 1st century BC, ancient Cappadocian silver. The giveaway, it's basically a 150 plus year old mixed world, mostly world coin. This is Maximian Nobe Caesar, a radiate from 286 to 305. Just a lot of these have like a tiny speck of BD or just something going on with them, but or they're impaired. This one looks like it's Carthaginian. Going to be a lower grade one. This is actually a better coin for sure. You have wreathed head of Tanit going left. Then you have the very clear horse with the frond in the back of it. I'll be on probably another hour-ish. But maybe if my wife comes back, I will probably be off a little earlier, but I'll be back on hopefully sometime in the middle of this week. If not, it'll be like next weekend. And then I have 2 full-time employees down in Texas, and they will also run the very minimum on Tuesday and Thursday. This is like, again, low grade. I think you can see some of the outside of the star there would benefit from a little more TLC. Similar situation. Some of these were not able to be identified by NGC as a clear Pruda, so it could be something else, but probably similar. Treasure underscore town underscore coins. We do have like a 2 to 7 day shipping policy just because we are so drowned in orders, but we put up some pretty good stuff there. Also, if there's stuff that you really like there, I wouldn't do this too extensively. Well, it's certainly going to be more helpful on pricey coins, but it may be sold by the time you buy it. Here, again, these just came back unable to ID. Basically, they, I'm not sure exactly. It's a similar HP. I think it's some kind of actually decent Pruda that I'm not fully aware of. I should look in Hendon's book and learn it for myself. A little bit of bronze disease on this one. You can see like the star there. And then we'll continue to do the other BCA, or just bulk California. It's been a while. I was kind of like, look, I want to kind of clean house in terms of what I have in stock. This one, I think that's a pretty clear cornucopia there. And then this is like the longer. It could even be a Herodian Pruda. I don't want to say something that gets people excited and then it's not. The NGC silver coin is at 1804, 8 reals. AU details, obverse scratch. That was planning on running for 169 after this handful. This one I think looks really nice, and I paid double digits for it. Just has, I think it's bronze disease. It's a clear incrustation. It's a Pruda. Should be of the Hasmonean kings. Take a look at how well detailed that is. Just a little down there is what caused me to pull this one, but pretty nice looking in terms of the clear detail in the Pruda. That one will go to Jinx Canada. We've got this one, 169, as I mentioned. AU details, Mexico City Mint MO would be Spanish Colonial. And so let's see. We have more of the BCA. There's not tons of them left. I think it's maybe like 20, but it's just like mixed ancients basically that, again, had a little bit of impairment or something like that. Yeah, I think there are 22 of them left, and let's put on a giveaway so that we can just go through all of them. All of them will be dollar started. This is not something I do super often in terms of the... But how do people like it? I feel like the dollar starts are fun to just kind of zoom through. Most of these, again, are impaired with a little bit of bronze disease or something about them. This one, that looks kind of like a Crispus, but tell me if I'm wrong there. It's just, I think this one's just low grade. You can see a radiate left facing on the reverse. Again, treasure underscore town underscore coins. Yep, let me show it right here. Here's the silver Napoleon, 1852 Concours de Poissy. There's Louis Napoleon. Again, this is Louis Napoleon. That is Napoleon the Great's nephew. So I do want to be clear about that because I really would hate to mislead you as to what it is. This one is a Licinius, worn and encrusted. Jovi Conservatori. Iovi is like protector of emperors. This would have been he gets conquered by Constantine the Great in 324. They were co-ruling the empire up to that point. So kind of interesting. This one is going to be I think this is Constantine the Great, Constantinus Augustus. It's a military portrait. This one also just heavily encrusted over anything else. Next up, we'll have a fun Gallienus coin. So I'd be curious to see how some of these could clean up, because I don't know how to clean ancient coins, but a lot of people do. Let's see. This one is going to be a Gallienus with a little bit of bronze disease, I believe. I could be wrong about that. Interesting reverse style. I'm not super familiar with what that coin would actually be. But he would have ruled 253 to 268 prior to Claudius II. Then there's a couple other emperors that are going to come in. That one will go to Jinx Canada. This one looks like maybe, is it one of the, are we working with Pruda again here? I actually, no, I don't think this is Pruda. I think that this is maybe a votive type. It's a very low grade Roman bronze coin. But would be good to get a further ID on that one as well. Yeah, the last one, I think I'm pretty positive that I could clearly read Gallienus, but I also could have misread that, and they would have probably been, a lot of the same mint masters might have been striking at that point. This one looks pretty clearly to be Licinius Pius Felix Augustus, so that would have been the main ruler. It has the captive type on the front, some incrustation on the bottom. And I haven't memorized which is which here. This is one of Constantine the Great's sons. It's going to be Constantinus Pius Felix Augustus. There's one that's like Constantius Jr., and it's the Sol Invictus type. There's the incrustation on the left side, but also could likely clean up pretty well, I would guess. New by Fly, nice win. This is going to be, there must be a little speck of bronze disease somewhere on here. I think it's that tiny thing in the corner, but the rest of this looks really solid. It's a larger, looks like Constantinus Noble, so maybe Constantius Chlorus, larger size phallus. The next one is going to be Constantinus Nobilis Caesar, which I think would be one of his sons. Let's see. There's not tons of these left. Basically a handful. Some incrustation on the back. It looks like this is a 2 military standard, soldiers at either side. TTG sounds good. Let me pull that. Can you tell me what coin that is? Like what the specifics of the coin itself are? This one looks interesting. Can't really tell what it is. Some kind of almost like radiate bust and then an interesting reverse. Probably Roman provincial. I think the next one Might even be a very low-grade Numidian 3rd to 2nd century BC Micipsa or Massinissa, kind of the descendants of the Carthaginians. You think it's a Caligula? Oh, it is a Caligula quadrans. Yeah, let me try to find. I will probably have to look for some price comps on that one. Yeah, almost positive that this is, because you have the leaping horse on the reverse. It's not in great condition at all. But this should be a Numidian, Northern African 3rd to 2nd century BC item. There's the leaping horse. You can see pretty clearly. Tough to get it in that price. Somebody offered me 100 at 4. I'd buy it. This one is going to be Sol Invictus as well. This looks like, I can't tell if it's Constantine the Great or one of his sons. And again, we're closing in on and there's some really nice types in the remaining 10 of these dollar start ancients. So it's funny, I may sell 300 plus coins tonight, which would be awesome. This one's going to be Bronze Diseased Campgate Phallus. Very clear Campgate there, which is nice. I think it's one of the more charming reversed styles. Let's show the front yet again. But pretty interesting, would be a good cleanup project. The Napoleon 3, I think it's dated to 1852. I'm not sure. I think it's somewhere in the like 120 to 150 buck. I would think I was thinking $150. Nice non-graded Greek silver. If it's really nice if it's generally I'm sending it to get graded just because the value premium is typically there. I don't know if that makes sense. This one is going to be I think it's a Macedonian 4th century BC, just very corroded with a couple of green splotches on the back because you have the horse rider facing and then you have what looks like Heracles on that reverse. But I'm sure that there is some decent ungraded Greek silver. I don't know if that makes sense, though. These days, it's like, it is tricky with the graded premium because it's probably going to be a lot better once you can put it in a holder. Yeah, I mean, the other nice thing is that if you buy a graded coin, you can very quickly make it ungraded. And just keep the tag because it probably sell for a little bit more if you prior have that tag. It's tougher to make. It'll take you like 8 months, and maybe if you get a great deal and you're submitting a couple thousand coins a month, they'll give you $20 or something like that to slab your Greek silver if you're submitting a bunch of the same type. This one is going to be not exactly sure who this one is, but one of the Constantinian rulers. The next one is a beautiful serrated style coin. So yeah, that is my best call out in terms of buying. I always tell collectors that really don't like the plastic is like, if you're going to crack it out, keep the slab. People will pay to have that slab along with it. Very beautiful serrated ancient. Didn't get the time to identify it though. Ooh, the next one is also insanely pretty. This is Seleucid. Cool. I think that'll be a nice win for P. Pratt. This one we're not going to go sudden death on because I don't even know why. Is it even BD? I'm not sure that it is. I think I might have just fallen out of a collection I was unboxing. Beautiful. Let's see who that is. DOSIOS. Is this a Prusius Bithynia coin from like mid 2nd century BC? I'm not exactly sure, but if somebody could confirm, I think that this might be a Prusius because pi, yes, PROY. Okay, I'm pleased. My Greek is getting a little bit better. I think Prusius is going to be Bithynia. Very nice eye appeal. 21 might be the end. Also, I say it could have been above that level. 39. This has some very curious counter marks. It's pretty cool. Nothing on this side, but a bunch of cool counter marks on this end. I could be way underselling this. Nice win for Noi. let's see. This one is going to be, I think we only have two more of these ancient style. This one looks like Constantine the Great with a castle in the back, and then we have a double. Yeah, again, I don't know why I should have just graded a bunch of these coins, but sometimes I'm silly. AZ Kid gonna win that one, and then last but not least, well, maybe is there one that I'm forgetting about somewhere? Guess not. This one, who is the ruler on this? Constantius Pius Felix Augustus. Double military standards. Pretty nice looking coin, I would say. That one will go to Noi. We've got some old Pfennigs. Not Pfennigs, these are World War I history of German. These are Notgeld, which is like emergency money. I brought some nicer looking ones. Like this is a fairly large 50 Pfennig Stadtkassel. Notgeld, very clearly identified and everything as well. Which is, we have the next one. It has a beautiful horse on the front. Astro, nice win. Astro, if you'd ever like, I do not try to sell these for $2 because we paid more than that for them. But we could wholesale you. We'd probably have at least 100 for a little bit more than that. We paid in the 3s. We've got Herzog Tom Braunschweig with a beautiful horse running across the front. 1918 10 Pfennig Kriegs Notgeld. Big time gonna win that. Let's see. WY. Maybe we need to do some. We do have a lot of like pricier coins here, which is kind of fun. This is going to be a Minmang Tongbao type. And now we're on to graded coins. We've gone through most of the BCA. San Jose. That nicer Greek silver. Like, yeah, I'll show you the Sinope Dram. Maybe you already saw it. But it's very, you can always take it out of the case. And I don't think it's, yeah, anything unreasonable. Here's a nice Gallienus Antoninianus. Not sure what that mint mark is, but it's kind of interesting to have it prominently featured there. We've got, again, 253 to 268 AD. We have a bunch of the Widow's Mites. People would like any of those either. And then 061, 199. We have some Hoard coin. We have URB Civil War Hoard coins. Again, I think that's a pretty nice looking test cut Sino Paphlagonia. WY24014. Let me try to find it. It is still available. It's a nicer type though. Sold 2 of these earlier today. Sorcerer Stan is gonna bid on it. I was like a little surprised that wasn't going. Very, very pretty. I think I have an XF, but those are the price is going to jump on those by a considerable margin. Let's see what other Greek silver, like this, can easily be taken out of the slab. It has Hercules on the reverse. Maybe we'll drop the price to 189. But you have Apollo with a laurel tree. This was struck between 400 and 370 BC. And on the reverse, Heracles facing to the right. Again, 5th to 4th century BC Greek silver stater. Really, really nice. We have some very solid eye appeal. Here's a Gallienus in XF with some silvering. Probably start this one for like 54. Shannon will be the first bidder. Pietas reverse, very, very nice. And so, super interesting. we've got, this one is going to be Virtus with, you can even see their abs super clearly. Holding globe, there's the victory on top of the globe, there's a spear in the one hand, and then a nice obverse of Gallienus on this side. WY though, 24014. What is that coin? Oh, it was this one. Sorry. This is a Spanish coin of Tiberius. 70. Let's try it for 69 bucks. Jam is going to be the first bidder on it. That sleeve coin in the middle, it is a Napoleon III silver medal. So that's going to be Napoleon's nephew. An ancient Spanish bronze. I think that was a good win. And I could run it. It's not, I just have to figure out what the silver in it is because I don't want to sell it for less than melt. I'll be a little bit of a stickler, or maybe trying to maximize the value too much on that one. This is going to be a Claudius ass if people would like it. And I'm thinking at this stage, it's been a great show. I have 280. I think I might try to do about 20 more coins and then see where that gets us to. Let's go, Rob. Yeah, no, we have a fun YouTube channel. You can often see some of the collections as I'm unboxing them and getting them prepped for auction. Like, I think silver is at like 80 bucks. This used to be at 45. Melt is 48. Oh, so then this is going to be cheaper than that. It's like 100 and I'm just assuming that it's about 90%. The French often wouldn't have 2D based of metals. We'll try this for 109. The Augustus Kilfrome Hoard. I think they're all like $3.99 unless there's a couple I paid more for. The Augustus, so I paid, there's one that's, I paid $237.76 for. That I would offer for $3.69. The ones I paid 305 bucks for would be $3.99. Rob, I would chat me about them. Sometimes I have them, sometimes I don't. I think it's generally just tricky in terms of the efficiency of it. Like, I'd way rather tell you what's more likely, and then you're not disappointed. In terms of the efficiency, generally is going to be best for me to just like, you can always chat me when I'm live, and I'll tell you if I still have stuff or I don't. But yeah, would you be interested in any of those, that bullion guy? The nice thing is I went in back and linked them so you can see it on the British government website as well. You know, what coin you're dealing with and that kind of thing. Here's going to be a nicer, this one I paid more for, so it's a bit more expensive. Probably like a 79 bucks start, which might be a little too high, but it's a pretty coin from some old little British collection. Claudius, Dius, Caesar, Augustus. But yeah, we have some real old stuff. We can do some BC coins soon. We have some Pontus Gorgon head types. Yeah, awesome. No, I mean, they're if you look up the Kilfrome Hoard online, you should be able to see it. Shannon going to be the first bidder on this VG Pontus Amisus type. We also have some URB Civil War. I really want to call those out. I sold 4 the other day in one auction, and I brought back a couple more. We have both basically, and Shannon will win that one. Let me just, and yours would come. We also have some British farthing tokens, so there's a bunch of neat types. We have some better looking denarii. This one's in a better shape, so we'd start for 44. Roman Republic. Do you want graded ones? Do you want some ungraded Imperator? The ungraded are not super good condition. But let me pull. We also have some paper note gelt, lots of 10. We have some of. And the cool thing about the British system is that they do all this research. So we know exactly all the history of the coins. So the parish of Ureby recorded as a royalist stronghold during the Civil War. During the first months, parliamentarians banded to form the Eastern Association. Get some Civil War history. They've conserved the coins, and you can have a full Hoard breakdown of everything that was found. So that's going to include the most common coin of this Hoard would have been shillings of or sixpence of Elizabeth I, which I would love to get my hands on some of those. I bought these for £100 each, shillings of Charles I and James I. So you'll get the call it guidebook along with them. I'm looking to make a little bit more than $10, a little more than or 15 or so. I guess I didn't upload this one. Let's see. Looks like I didn't upload too many of them at all. Oh, I've uploaded this one. Civil War Hoard Ureby shilling. For Nemesis, yeah, you've bid a bunch on stuff. Sure, I can drop to that. I want to focus on some of the nice Ureby. Again, I'll come with the booklet. Interesting Civil War period Hoard type coins. Maybe it's not for right now. And then 09. Could try this one as well. I've only had like a couple hundred. Had a bunch of peanuts for breakfast, and that's it. And it's like kind of late, and so I may drop again once we hit 300 coins, which is still 17 coins away. So I may be doing some dollar start stuff. It is a Iona Miletus bronze. This one's in pretty good shape. Silver shilling of James I. Exactly, Dusty. That one, if I can find it again. I think it's this one. Wouldn't shock me if this one bid right back past it. I don't know what I first offered it for. I probably well, for Nemesis, we'll see. I need to get to that 300 coin mark. We have a this one will also be a nice show to pack because I haven't sold as many slabs as normal. Should be pretty efficient. This one we can do a Antoninus Pius bronze ass for sure. There is the reverse. There is the obverse. Fairly clear. Pius 138 to 161 AD. We could do a couple more of the gambling tokens. Center slab is an Ionia Miletus Choice VF. Oval with a lion and an Incuse Punch. Beautiful Ghaznavid Durham. We'll do a dollar start because stuff hasn't been selling, so might have to power through with some dollar start items. This is 1,000-year-old silver, and actually decent size silver at that. It's not a tiny coin. Very clear inscription. A broad Durham of the ruler Mahmud, way back of cost at the moment. Sometimes it's always good to get somebody, I think, a real solid price. Will bring this in. Also very nice looking, but we do have to start at kind of at least for $14. Digging It is going to be in the lead on that one. We have some of the Widow's Mites Prudas. I have one or two more of these. Bunch of potential types. Miletos. I probably should look it up more. My thought is something like 129. I don't know what a choice VF is really going for these days. I've had it in my inventory for a while. We have some farthings. We have some WX59. There's also some kind of random coins. We have a Choice XF Alexander coin. What is maybe some French types? Ooh, we have some Napoleonic coins. Jinx Canada. It's good for me to try to just sell as many types as possible. This one also very good on both sides. In terms of the eye appeal there, I think is Really solid. Oh, I forgot that we had some of these double duets. We've got to test some of those out. New by Fly. We've got 59086. Here's a risky start, which is going to be to dollar start these Napoleonic coppers. These are the actual early Napoleon, not the later Napoleon. This is while he's king of Italy. I think that this is struck in, it says like emperor and king. Again, original Napoleonic type for sure. Let's see. I'll try it after this one. We also, in terms of how I paid for them, this needs to start for 15, but it's good to do a dollar start where somebody gets a good pickup. This one's also pretty nice condition and a very interesting die break. That's all over the eye. The die broke down and then the metal flows there. And also looks like a die break on the obverse. We've got some 1790. Well, let's try this. Miletus. Oh, that's really pretty. 129. 30 seconds because I think it could bid a lot higher. Beautiful and a great reverse. And let's see, WX81, the other one you saw before. I'm not exactly sure which one you're referring to. Before all the slabs were in view. I cannot remember which one you're talking about. I apologize. We can run some of this double duet. It's a lot larger than the regular duet. Why don't we dollar start it? Single in the center. Man, I do not remember. I don't recall this item. Do you know what the skew was? I could definitely give it a good look if I have the skew attached. New by Fly. Yeah, it's actually a double duet, so it's theoretically a little bit better than that even. In the past, we've started them for $14, but I think these are the last two that I have on me. So we'll just run this one. Try a couple of the German porcelain. Here's a risk. I'm going to close my eyes for this. 20 marks, 1921 Dresden reconstruction. I actually have my eyes closed right now. And tell me when it's over. Let's see how my counting is. I would guess it's 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh, I was off by a little bit. Ditatis Alice. Peanut butter cup. That's kind of funny. We'll do the other two. I normally start these at 24, so 26. Honestly, I was generally when a dollar starts something and close my eyes has gone very badly there. It's like, look, I'm comfortable at that price. This one's interesting. It's going to have a clear hand 5 mark Oberschlesien's Dank. I think it's Upper Silesia, maybe. Yeah, I was pleased with my counting too. Great skill. Yeah, we'll try the Druid type. We've got Dusty Coin winning that one. Hive and Bees. Oh, this one should be fun. Yeah, they're really interesting. After World War I, there was very depressed economic conditions in Germany, and so some of the, this is the Meissen porcelain factory. They really tried to pivot and make money by issuing interesting metals that theoretically could have traded in the Notgeld time. And I've got that one actually loaded up next, P. Pratt. And so we can come back to some of those. We'll do 2 of these condors. Always interesting. There's a Paris Mines company. Actually, that was pretty good looking. There's a little bit wrong with the flan, but nothing too crazy. And then there's also behind it a Suffolk one that's going to be more worn. That one's going to be new by Fly. We'll see. This one is going to be, I think we do want to get $10. We paid a little more than 10 for it, but a tougher. It's got this cool that we promised to pay to the on demand. It looks like halfpenny. Kind of fun. I mean, they are acknowledging what the purpose of those coins as they were struck would have been. So I guess that's good. We have another Condor type after it, and then we'll do more of the metals, I guess. This is going to be a Dundee Angleshire. This one doesn't look like one that I know tons about. More Jettons and metals for sure. We can run a couple. Are there any Jettons you have your eye on? We're pretty close to closing this guy down, not because it's been a bad show, but just make sure I can pack this one up pretty reliably for everybody. New by Fly. Let's see. This one's going to be an 1811 Great Britain. Why don't we dollar start it? Be crazy a little bit. Oh, tons of lettering on this one. Interesting. Sales of estates, houses, manufactured goods, and miscellaneous property needily effected without risk. Public auctions every day at 12. This is an auctioneer's token. The old stock exchange established 1811. Super, super cool auctioneer's halfpenny token. That's kind of some crazy history on there. And let's see, we have two other ones. We'll probably start them for at least like 17 bucks. It is an Alexander slab. It looks like Choice XF. I could see what the cheapest Choice XF on eBay is. This one does have pretty good subgrades. Alexander, the 3 Dram MGC XF. In XF, the cheapest, you can buy one for $315, which I would want to sell mine. You can get a 4 out of 5, 2 out of 5 brushed for a carrying dram. I don't think so. Here's the other one here, and then we'll get some metals, and then we'll probably wrap this guy. 1 penny token, 1812. The cheapest. Okay, there's a 5 and 4 for I guess about $3.95. So I guess this one would have to be like $3.70, $3.69 or so. This Macedonian dram. Do people want any of the note gelt? In the past, it's been very popular. This would be $3.69. No sudden death. Choice XF. Beautiful Alexander on the back of it. You can see it's so clearly Alexandroy. Shannon will be the first bidder. Beautiful obverse flan as well. I'm wondering maybe the Thracian Byzantium is what you saw on the back. Not surprised to see a couple of bidders. Nemesis going to pop in. Shannon as well. This one's real pretty. And I think looks a little better than any of the ones available on the bay. So pleased about those ones. This is going to be $268. This is going to be what, like a maybe I didn't properly upload this one. No, there it is. So this is a half Siglos, 59 bucks. Nice little Greek silver of Thrace. The ink use punch on the reverse. We have some Dynas of Lycia. Maybe that's what you were thinking of. And so got that one. This one is going to be a little pricier, I would say. Just on the eye peel, 69 bucks. I think that one's got to go to grading. I should remove that one. Sorry about that. It's really cool. There is the half Siglos. Let's try any other cool. Oh, we have a cool foray. Oh, I haven't offered any of these ones. These are very nice Antoniani of Posthumous. I paid a lot for them, so I would offer them for a good amount. 40 bucks. Very nice. We'll show both sides here. This is going to be I think it's maybe Herc, because you see with a club as well, and a nice obverse. Very good detail on Posthumous there. E-Man going to win that. It's been kind of fun though and interesting. You know, far fewer graded ancients selling tonight. Much more in terms of just nice raw selections that I've built up. This one is a nice Oriens left facing. Again, fantastic detail for Posthumous. And he led a breakaway empire in Gaul, basically. That was his claim to fame. It would then be taken over. And yeah, some of these are just like killer. I'm not going to raise the start price on any of them. This one's probably the nicest yet. Just fantastic flan. No, Kazuya. Romano-Gallic is modern day like Britain and France, unless you're asking about a different province. Modern day Syria. The thing is, the empires had such fluid lines, but would be like some parts of the Roman Empire. I think that would be like Palmyra. There's some Kingdom of Palmyran coins, that would be modern day Syria. You have Zenobia. So it was actually right around that time that you had a different breakaway empire. Here's Felicitas on the reverse. I don't know if that makes sense. Palaic, good to see you. But yeah, because basically you're totally right in that there were tons of different breakaway empires going on because central control was so weak, which was really under Gallienus. We can try some. I do have some. The other ones that I have are not this nice, and Posthumus was really like the first ruler, first emperor. There's a nice Moneta example. Yeah, exactly. Nice win for Big Pappy. And then the last of this group is right here. That one is going to be Pax. Beautiful Pax Augusta. Fantastic level of detail. That one will go to E-Man Rusu. Then where's the Romano-Gallic? Here, this is Tetricus, who would have been the last. This is Tetricus as Caesar, the son of Tetricus I. If we fast forward, he's basically the last guy in the empire. He does not have a beard in this example, and you have a pretty nice reverse, but you can see even how the quality of the coin struck decreases a bit. And so we do have some Tetricus if you're looking to kind of get a mix from that era. This would be just dated to 274 AD. Stephen is going to win that one. We have some of Tetricus the First. Oh, and shoot, we do actually have somebody who's asking about a wrestler stater. We also have some of the Gallienus. We have some great zoo-type Gallienus coins. There's the reverse here. The zoo-type Gallienus, I'll show you, are kind of magnificent style. This would have been like a fantastic stag on the back of this. Maybe as a little gift, we'll go $1 start. But beautiful stag. And this is Choice VF. Very nice condition. Super good horns and everything. But fantastic reverse style. And this is the time period in which you have tons of monetary debasement on the coins. And so, you know, what would have been a lot more pricey type is quickly devalued. Let's see, Gallienus leading there. Aurelian, I maybe have some Aurelian. I forget. I actually might, though. Let me just look. Okay, I have an Aurelian that is mislabeled in a Probus slab. Is that interesting? It's very tough to find the mislabeled NGC slabs. But this one is firmly Aurelian in the NGC holder. There you can see Aurelian, Aurelian, Probus. Very fascinating how craziness can happen like that. We also have a mix of Roman. We have a Constantius the First bronze. This is a little more, but this is Constantius Chlorus, I believe, becomes Constantine will do it for a price losing. I'll lose a little bit if it sells at 25. Hopefully it jumps a bid or two. WX 59001 for sure. It's a mounted bear taller, $89 start. Here it is. Yeah, 89 bucks. No sudden death. Siegen des Anhalt Bergbaues. Slug Boss. Oh, are you from Reddit? Let's see. This one is going to be a Galerius. That one's actually pretty nice looking. There's the reverse. I label all the coins. Most people do not do this, so it's if you're new to Treasure Town, it's very specific to how I run my shows, but I want to make sure people have good access to the best coins and that they can quickly reference or, request different types. Ooh, this has a beautiful reverse. We'll run it buck and go and probably call it a day. Unless there's, well, let's not call it a day if there's outstanding requests. Fantastic reverse of Gallienus. 8 reals, sure. Or Jettons. Oh, sure. Last minute medals and Jettons. Yeah, we'll find some. Jetton. All right. Well, I haven't even touched any of the nicer Denari, but I know that's not the. Let me just pull both of the Gettas. Now I'm struggling to find them. I see the Septimius Severus. I see the Commodus. Caracalla. Okay, there's the Geta. Yes. No, they're both as Caesar. I think they're like about 89 bucks a pop. These are like very nice eye appeal. That one's almost metallic style. I am not sure, Jonathan. Let me focus. I'll do a bunch of Jettons and metals. I'll do all the Jettons that are remaining. This one is going to be Geta, the brother of Caracalla. Caracalla kills him after Septimius Severus dies. Yeah, I don't think I have any of those. But I'll offer both of the ones that I do. This one is also going to be a Geta. See what the reverse looks like. There it is. Very solid eye appeal. We have some great Septimius Severus in similar shape. With some really solid reverse types as well. Slug Boss, I thought it did. I was saying though, I know. Had you reached out? Had we talked on Reddit? I thought somebody might have contacted me there. Not Reddit. Okay, somebody's gonna be upset because they kept asking me about that specific coin, and I was like, just come to my, there's my next. I'll run it at 89. So, congratulations on that one. This one we're not going to change the start price, but take a look at the reverse. It's got really good eye appeal. The other thing is I didn't pay to get choice grades, so I was only going to get VF or XF. No choices on these. There is the Parthian captives on either side of this silver denarius of Septimius Severus. And you can see part max PMN PMTRPX. I don't want to say the specifics, but a couple bucks extra per coin. I'm not buying it. I'm just buying the option to have it. And so if only like 20 or 30% are going to come back with it, then it costs a lot more than, a couple of dollars per coin. Oh, shoot, I forgot. This is this awesome horse reverse type. Should not have just given 15 seconds to talk about that. Really, really cool reverse style. Prancing on a horse. And I think that could be pretty popular. That is a better type. 1197. P-Prat, that's going to be a $169 coin. Beautiful, though. Love the better reverses. Nice win. We also have some better Trajan examples. Here it is. I tried at 169 twice. It didn't go. We'll do 164. Very strong portrait. We also have some nice villain tetradrams of Caracalla. All good. 150s is tight. I don't get these in much. We might have some other stuff similar that I would be able to do that on. 129 for a big tetradram of Caracalla. Have some nice examples on these. And so, they're always very popular. These Billin tetradrams. Stephen and Shannon going for these types. They're very solid. This is modern day Turkey, though, actually, not Syria. But it's, obviously borders were a lot different back then. This is actually going to be Choice VF. That last one sold for 169. This is Choice VF, a touch higher, but each coin's different. You have a really interesting cornucopia. Could see this one bidding up significantly higher. And I tried to get a couple different interesting examples. Dusty coin leading. Just fantastic. Tetradrams. That one is going to go to Dusty. This one is going to be actually Seleucia Pieria, so a little bit different. This one's VF. Again, I'm starting it. Doesn't mean that's where I think it should sell, but I want to give people opportunities on them. This one's very nice presentation, I would say. Then we're going to run, that one only went to 139. Nice one. This one's going to be Elagabalus Choice VF, light graffito designation. Super chunky. Jolly James going to be the first bidder. Just also very nice eye appeal, though. And then we have an XF condition that's going to be a more expensive start, kind of towards 159, maybe a touch higher. That one's going to go to Jolly. This one is going to be, 159 start. Beautiful Gordian silvered XF. Take a look at that. Fantastic reverse. It is super, super nice. Very interesting to see. Congratulations. We've got, let's see, this one is 109. It's Choice XF with some graffito. Philip the Arab, 169 start. Again, extremely nice eagle reverse. Where's the graffito? If I can see a little bit, just a couple marks in the face. But again, fantastic style. That one will be the first one that doesn't sell. And then we have an AU. This one is like a full $200 coin. Has a slight flan flaw. Let's see, 199. Any other closing? Oh, we need some metals and jetons. But like, man, that is gorgeous. AD, yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty much close to wrapping, so. Oh, actually, well, can I show it to you and then can I ask Gabe what the price is? He was like, definitely, it's a well-known collection by E. Klein Stefanelli. Very beautiful. Let me get a good price on that by doing some research on it. What else? Anybody want a nice coin? A really nice coin? Mint State Kosan Gold Stater. Beautiful eagle. Again, all gold. It is $29.49, expensive type, but beautiful Mint State piece of gold. Fantastic shimmering surfaces. 5 out of 5 strike. Right around the 1st century BC. Isn't that nice? And then a little bit of eye candy, I guess. Yeah, I mean, trying to look at. Oh, we do have some better. We have some better Denary. Going down the list, this would be like 119. Just beautiful Choice VF. Oh, and the Jetons we talked about. No, I'm wasting people's time who are sticking around for the Jetons. AA51 we're going to find. This is after his death. That's what the consecratio means. Basically, it's like after he died, he's been like consecrated. So pretty. Here we have Spanish. These cost me a bit more, so I start them in the 30s. This is dated to 1678. 1678 Jeton of Charles II, fairly famous Netherlands ruler. Minty fresh in the league. Antiochus IV is. Do I have Antiochus IV, or you're just saying you'd like me to search for some of that type? This one is very sharp. I think it could bid a good bit higher, but we're gonna rip it right at 34. Good condition. 1677. It's like the Minister of Finance type. 39. Where's 3911? Oh, we found up to 3 more Juns right there. I also will try some of the Siamese gambling money. This one is going to be, these are like 29 starts. Actually 27. Don't want to get every dollar, but I do want to recognize, these are very good eye appeal. 1745. Pretty Jeton. Arms of the 4 Aldermen. This one will be a slightly more worn coin. $17.25 dated. And we got Next one will be Archbishop of Cologne, 1725 on both sides. Nice win for Minty Fresh. Here is going to be the Return from Exile bronze. Very nice reverse as well. Appears that I've lost a couple of the Jettons that I thought I'd prepared. 44 though. Oh, what about nice Indian coins? It looks like there's one smaller Jetton here, which I would have paid the same as one of the nicer ones for if I got in a group, but we'll start it for 29 and hope it makes its way up. We also have a wedding medal apparently, but this is going to be Étude et Amitié. 5823. Oh, that'll be fun. New by Fly, 1788 dated. Paris Society of something. Deal Seeker. This one is going to be a silver Jetton or wedding medal, 39 bucks. I think this actually is a pretty good type. I don't know in terms of how much silver is in it, but what man puts together, or what God puts together, let man not pull apart. And it appears that these other silver Jettons I may have misuploaded or double uploaded, unclear. Just no fun. I may have also put them back in the wrong place. It looks like there's one remaining silver Jetton. That one will go to Minty Fresh. Let me just organize these guys. Why don't we try some of these gambling money in the meantime? Well, no, BCA 0063. There's also the Paper Knot Guild, which last time was super exciting. We'll do dollar start on this one. It's a very nice IHS. There's a Christian scene and everything, but again, nice to pass along dollar start coins. I think always keeps things fresh. Oops. Still is on screen. Was no difference in terms of when I'd start for 24. Sometimes it's better not to start dollar and go, but it's hey, gotta do what you gotta do. Let's see, AB. I think okay, these are kind of in the same theme as some of the dollar start. People might be a little annoyed. Well, these ones I do want to protect at 13, just in terms of how I bought them. Very nice Chinese gambling money. This was also used with circulating purposes in Thailand or Siam. Very fun. Dusty coin. We'll win that one. We'll do... And then we have a couple of... Let's see. Some of them have interesting things on the back there. This one is going to be in a darker color affixed, and then there's on the front. They were circulated from larger metals. Sure. Is it okay, Baffy? Well, I'll do one larger metal here, and then we'll a lot of the ones I did want to pull. Let's look at this one. WY 2667. Then I'll do some of the Siam types. Dollar start but no sudden death. WY 2401. Very nice. It says the Scottish Volunteers at Edinburgh 1881. Commemoration of Her Majesty. There's the other side of it with a rifle. Here we've got, those are going to be 13 bucks start, sudden death. We can do maybe a couple. This one's interesting in that you don't have the same like external look. The next one seems to have been painted in a couple dots, but yeah, it's just like painted in characters. Here we've got another one, 13 bucks. That one's pretty interesting. That's a fairly large size one. Oh, and then we have like a pretty interesting planchet type. We'll do one more of these, then we will run some very low grade, apparently Pruda. I don't know what this is in. Is it like a little bug? It kind of looks like a little bug. And then some carved characters on the back is really cool. Yeah, a little buggy. Horseshoe. Could definitely be a horseshoe as well. Here is the AB67. I think we were, this was from some coins that I had submitted. They were all Pruda, and they came back with like a bronze disease designation. They should not be worth tons, but they're not worth nothing either. So I wanted to make sure I could offer them, or maybe they're not worth. We can. Oh, that one did go to new buy. I was like, pretty sure I didn't see any bids, but then they came in at the last minute. We'll drop it down to 10 seconds. I think we just have like 3 of these to. No, not 3. A little more than that. We have 5 more of them. But I feel like today is like I carry so many items in inventory. I just kind of want to get through them. Is it always that you can see very clearly the star? How's the anchor? It's a little off center, but you can see the star super clearly on that Alexander Janaeus Pruda. $1 win for new buy. Fantastic outcome, I would say. This one has more detail as well. Maybe some other type of Pruda as well. I'm not totally sure. Some of these are going to be a little bit better. Okay. I want to sell them. I'm not sure that I want to sell them quite with that urgency. So 14, 15, 16. Nothing against you, new buy. But I think I might be better served to take some of these out and figure out a different plan for them. Let's see. At this point, we're just probably going to do some of the requests. It 06 01 02. Not super cheap, probably like a 79 start though. Does it look off to you guys? That this makes me a little nervous. I might rather sub this one unless you want to buy it as is for 79 bucks. What do you think? I'm not like saying it's fake, but that edge makes me kind of want to sub it. Yeah, I think that's a better idea. But yeah, I agree. The moment I see something, fractional reals, I think we have some in Texas. The moment I see something, I'm gonna let you guys know. Oh, we have some interesting. I don't think we. Oh, the Bactrian. Yeah, that's a nice, like a 139 type coin. Good looking. It's been in my inventory for a long time too. I think 139 gives it a lot of room. Owls? Yeah, peace and love. We do have owls. Let me find some. They're very cute. We've got a mix. I've been offering them for $239. We could do $239 on them. They are going to be slightly more like the pie style, so they're not like the super old ones. And they have a little bit of like scratches on the surface, but I think $239 for owls is also really not a bad place to be on them. So they're pretty charming, I would say. And so we'll see if there's any other bidders that want to jump in on it, and we can offer. I brought a handful, not, I don't have that many of them, but this one I think has a test cut in the face, so maybe we'll do $229 on this. Zero pressure to buy any of them at all, but I think it's also got pretty good detail. If other people may want to jump in, I'll show both sides clearly. The Athena coming through fairly well. The next one is back up to $239 for maybe other people that would want to jump in and snag one. But thanks for acquiring on the owls. I'm always excited when I get them in, and I'm always on the lookout for them. Here's yet another. And again, zero pressure, but just want to show you the extent that I've got these in stock, what I have. I think there might be one last one after this. Compact flan, very cool example. Here's the last of the ones that I purchased. New by Fly. Going to be the bidder on that one. And I'll look up owl. I might have some smaller. Okay, apparently there's one other that I may have misplaced or I'm not seeing right here. Let me see if I can find it. Is that it? Oh, it might be under another coin. No? No. Huh. I think that. Oh, I have a separate one that's kind of cool. It'd be a little cheaper, not too much cheaper. It is a 4A, so this is an ancient fake. But it's really cool that it survived to this day. So it's going to be a little bit lighter, and it would have had an outer silver, but internally they had dumbed down the silver percentage to try to make a bunch of money. Of course, peace and love. And so let's there's also, this is just a type I know, and people had asked for ancient Chinese before and I had forgotten about it. These are ant nose money. So we've started them at $29. We just let them bid. They are more likely to be closer to 255 BC, but they're like proto money. AC 2323. Let's find what that coin is. Has like an interesting face on the front of it. We'll try this one, which is a bit encrusted, but I think it has a cool slinger look. Again, it's not that in great shape. It's kind of an expensive price. I'll just call that out at $189, I think. But the detail, I think, is also pretty solid. The wrestlers come up a little bit worn. And then 886 010. This one's a little pricier. $219. No problem if you don't want it. It's got a nice wrestlers on this side, and then solid counter stamp and a slinger again in good detail. And then let me find that last wrestling stater. Baffy in the lead on this one. Meth is going to last minute snipe him, and we'll see if the competition is just getting started or what's going on. The other wrestling stater I have is not counter stamped, but will be a lot pricier. Oh, what is the counter stamp? It's like an antelope looking guy. Really interesting. And then This one is probably like $2.99, which I think is pricey, but it's the last one I have, and I'm not going to be able to get more unless the guy says. But he said he was out, so beautiful stator. Yeah, I mean it's the ancient style. These are priced. This one's closer to retail, I would say, but it's probably the most famous wrestling. There's a couple bronzes with some wrestlers on them that I have seen. But that feels like a pretty solid end. I do like to do a dollar start coin to close most auctions. Maybe we'll try this posthumous, um, which means struck after his death. Claudius Gothicus Antonianus, dollar start, buck and go. We'll gotta ship this stuff out. It's gonna be not easy. Interesting. It says Claudio Dio, and then Consecratio with the eagle on the reverse. Basically, it's saying this guy had died at this point. Awesome. I'm really glad that you enjoyed it. We really brought the heat on the metals front. Hopefully this one gets past. Baffy's going to end this one. Baffy, I got to send you some wholesale offers on some of the items. Next show, we're going to have my employees, who are fantastic, are going to run on Tuesday. But go do yourself a favor and bookmark a ton of shows. I'm going to try my best to get a Wednesday show off. They're typically smaller and they start at like 7 p.m. Pacific. Call you on Julian Pilot Pruda. Perfect. When would be a good time? I could call you right now. I could also call you, later. Awesome. Sounds good. Talk to all of you guys soon. And thank you guys so much. No, we really do try hard to get some fun stuff. Sounds good. Well, I'll be printing stuff out. I think my wife gets back in like 20 minutes. So that would be perfect. Let's raid somebody fun, and we will see you guys soon. Say hi to Palatine.